Hello everybody, welcome, welcome. That's right, it's attorney time. Attorneys. It's Thursday. Thursday-turnies. A Thursdays. So we'll workshop it. I hope you're all having a great day.
Oh no, sorry, it's not Mario, it's Fredo.
I'm sorry?
Fredo?
Long story.
We're
saying slurs about Italians.
We're talking about words that only Beppo can say.
Yeah.
Okay. Trithis, thank you for resubscribing with Prime.
Hey, I appreciate the Ace Attorney themed message
And
to come
thank
with
you
it.
for resubscribing as well for 16 whole months.
Heck.
Happy Ace Attorney, Faye. Yep. That's it. Shasta is joining us tonight. She's just eating dinner, I guess. Ah!
Yeah,
I shall call you
tis
Trevor.
the time. Hey.
Alex, thank you for gifting a sub out to Melody Chi.
Yeah, that's probably it.
That sounds about right.
Imagine.
Look at this group of
eating.
people showing up like as to like watch their like TV show. It's cute.
This it just
This is what? This is how it works!
No, I meant this as affectionately as possible. No, God, I realize how it comes across as condescending. I meant that as affectionately as possible. Like, wow. They're gathering. They gather for us. And for this game. That's wonderful.
I love you, Levi.
God.
You're such a
TGAAC
doofus.
Thursday. Yeah. I try.
Hi, Nat.
I don't
Hi,
try.
Selfie. Hi, Tony. Welcome, welcome, everybody. Oh, she's got a Shasta.
Fucks. Don't you got better shit to do?
Huh?
Idiots.
I should call you Trevor. Shasta, thank you
Aw.
for gifting a sub out to Tracy. Lapsarian Giraffe.
Who will one day
I
play as
have an
attorney because I
alarm
will
so I
make it
don't miss.
happen.
Try this. You can turn notifications on.
Yeah, just hit the bell. Oh, wrong service.
I mean, no,
Is there
there
actually
it's
a bell?
still a bell.
there is
Okay.
a bell.
All right, my brain was
You
fully
can
like
get
that.
Twitch
By
notifications.
The bell on Twitch is by default on YouTube it is not.
I also at my Discord server every time I go live. You have multiple methods.
You think
but
Trithis gives about Satisfactory and Elden Ring?
he
No.
should.
He's only here for the good shit.
You all should care. You all
But
should
Elden Ring is
care.
not the good shit.
And Pleasant, one of my favorite games of the past few
That's-
years, Satisfactory is not the good shit.
As far as Trithis is concerned, this is the good shit. Capital T.
Lowercase s.
Sure. Oh shit! Yeah, we're getting the.
Yeah, we're getting
Oh,
the
I forgot
vigil.
I forgot I was in the middle of something.
Yeah.
As you say, it was 10 years ago now that my employment as Barclays chief warder came to an end. What a word to start an accent with.
Cheap water.
It's really kind of just word water, yeah.
Having left the prison service, I searched for some new occupation by which to earn a wage.
That's a way to say. I just got stuck on him saying it like that.
It was like, did my stream freeze? Because everyone was silent and nothing was
I
happening.
just,
Like, what the fuck? Yeah.
like short-circuited. It's fine.
One way to say you were looking for a job.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I was making commentary in chat because I didn't want to interrupt you.
Yeah, it is weird to see him move. But times were hard in London, and I found no suitable engagements at all.
I think it's because his eyes are so detailed.
In desperation, one day I turned my hand at selling wares on Fresno Street.
But your wife appears to know nothing of this. She still maintains that you are the chief warder at Barclay Prison.
I was utterly determined that my wife should not know of my failings, which is why I've never told her.
And she still doesn't know because this is a closed court.
Right.
I opened an account at the bank under the name of Hugh Boone. Oh, he is Big Lip Guy. We were absolutely right.
Yeah. He's big lip guy. His lip.
There's a
guy.
scene where
Very
they.
funny if it was his wife and she does know and she's the one who killed him.
Hey, Shasta.
Hi.
Didn't hear you come.
Because she
Join
didn't
the
say
call.
anything.
Well, because usually you hear the.
I think Shasta actually was in the
Discord
call
sound.
already.
Okay.
Shasta came
And
in
I-
pretty recently after Molly started.
Okay.
Yeah, before you play game, and also before I gifted a sub.
Okay. Shit.
And I rented the cheapest room I could find on Fresno Street.
Who's clinking?
Sorry, it's me. My tea is oversteeping and I'm trying to get the strainer out of it. It's done now. It's done now.
The scene of the very crime we're investigating.
Yes, that's right. A place from which I could emerge every morning at 8 as a squalid peddler.
So sad.
And transform back every evening at 5 into a well-dressed man about town before
it's-
returning home.
That
It's like
the woman in the window is really ominous.
the seriousness
dress.
of this art style and the dark shading and then like the tone of this and then just like the fat lips in the center.
In the
It does look like a clown having a bad day.
the dress in the window is like on a mannequin. This is like a storefront.
Oh, okay. It looked like the hat in front was like someone sitting at a table, so I thought it was like a restaurant, and this person was just standing
Just
up, staring
looming.
completely out of the.
No, it's
Headless
not a
and looming.
It's just a window display. Hype train.
I got a shark.
I got this cool shark. I thought it was a dolphin. I think it's a dolphin.
I think it's a dolphin because the tail goes the mammal way.
I
not
saw the teeth and thought about
Oh,
Yeah,
fuck, I
think
didn't
it's
contribute.
Just grinning. Wow,
fucking bitch.
loser.
Damn it. I love this emote. Fuck. I should give you more money.
Yeah. Thank you for the bit,
Gregson.
Gregson.
That quickly became my daily routine.
Emma's crying for Gregson.
Oh.
Gregson. Oh man.
Shut up.
Good
I was-
lord.
I was puzzled by the lack of furniture in the room.
If I remembered any of the lyrics that came after that, I would have said them, but I
I would
don't.
leave the stream.
Good thing I'm the only one who remembers that song.
Miles, you sound traumatized.
I hate parody covers. I avoid them because I never can unhear them, and so I do not listen to them under any circumstances. I have never heard that song, and I never will.
I feel like I remember
I will
hearing
leave.
this about you.
I hate them. I hate it so
Which
much.
song?
They will never leave my head. Parody covers, like
Right. No,
I
I
can-
know
I can
general
do, like,
parody covers, but
it's
like
the
what?
Creeper
Creeper.
one.
Creeper
Oh
on man.
yeah, we were watching that fucking video of Discord trying to sing that. It was very fucking funny.
I saw that video, like Discord tries to sing something, and I got 1 second in and quit. I'm like, nope, not doing it.
There's better ones anyways.
But that explains it.
I mean, if people can enjoy them as much as they like, but it's just not my thing. Like, once I hear lyrics to something or different lyrics to a thing, I never forget them. To the point where it's almost annoying. Like, if I ever hear someone try to sing along to like an instrumental piece, I will never be able to unhear what they said. And it drives me nuts. So I've just avoided them entirely. Ooh,
I can remember
the deep
lyrics.
Miles lore.
But why on earth didn't you just tell us this in the first place?
I have a wife and two sons.
And two,
I didn't know they had
sir.
kids. Did I fuck it up?
I mean, you like
you-
went
you
back and
almost said
repeated.
sir.
You said, I have a
Because
wife,
I was so
and I
like,
have 2, sir. I have 2 sons.
I was so baffled by it. I had to go back. I'm like, this guy had kids?
Yeah, no, yeah, I didn't know he had kids. I don't think anyone's mentioned that.
And without wishing to sound self-conceited, they regarded me with some pride. I couldn't bring myself to disappoint them.
So instead, you decided to conceal your occupation from them.
Yes. I've made such a terrible mess of everything.
Yes.
Still, one thing doesn't add up. No matter how many tidbits of information you could sell to passing gentlemen, even at 6p apiece, you couldn't hope to match the salary you must have commanded as chief warder at the prison.
Very true. You have kept your family in comfort despite 10 years of somewhat misbegotten employment.
That was all thanks to Inspector Gregson.
Oh.
What?
What? Gregson must have been paying him as an informant.
Yeah.
Inspector Gregson? What on earth?
It was some years after I'd invented Boone and begun my other life as a street seller. The inspector, that is, recognized me one day.
Do you mean to say the victim was an acquaintance of yours?
I only have one picture of myself at this time. I knew him from my time working at the prison. When he saw what I'd become, he was deeply troubled for me and my family. And from that day forward, he visited me on Fresno Street with increasing regularity. Oh, this theme is good. Then one day, he asked me if I would carry out a secret assignment for him.
A secret. What was it?
It was to
Are
to
you
impersonate the inspector.
are you voguing? What are you doing?
Voguing very slowly.
Dead.
What
The
is?
man is dead.
Why does his hand look wrong?
He's like voguing.
It's not, right?
He's
But
got
it's
it.
like-
He's got his left hand turned to face upwards,
Yeah, it's,
which doesn't look right.
Oh, I'm trying to do
but
that. and
but
it's
he's
very
turned at the
It
wrist.
doesn't feel right either.
Yeah, no, like, how do you do that? His lower arm is like, oh God, what the fuck?
I can sort of manage it,
Oh,
but it's not pleasant.
no, it's not. Did you say that?
I did.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yes.
I was.
Thought I
We
did.
were all trying to do what he was doing.
Oh, we were
oh.
all doing the hand thing.
What? Impersonate him.
We always met in that little room so the inspector could brief me. I have to make this guy sound sadder.
Visit Orkseys tomorrow and take a statement from the proprietress.
It was always something along those lines. Surveillance work, interviewing people. On those occasions, he would lend me his identification so people would believe who I was. My instructions were to make an impression, to let people know that Inspector Gregson had been at work. And for those services, he compensated me financially.
Scotland Yard inspector willingly relinquished his identification into your care with intent to deceive? That, as I'm sure I need not point out, is a very serious criminal offense.
Well, he's
No, I
dead
messed
now,
up there.
so...
Throw
He's
his corpse
absolved.
in jail.
But why? What was the point of you impersonating him?
I truthfully do not know. All I can say is that the inspector warned me on numerous occasions.
Now remember, Vigil, I need your solemn word. You don't blab about this to anyone, alright? Ever. Even if... well, if I end up a croaker.
Rip.
Oops.
He has ended up a croaker and he has blabbed.
In time, he started to bring papers with him to the room as well. It became something of a second office for him. So while Gregson was off investigating for real, he sent Vigil to just like be at places so he had an alibi.
Mmm.
That's my best guess.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Or like, while Gregson was doing things he thought were more important, he would send Vigil to like go do the like time-wasty follow-ups.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if Vigil had some sort of like previous like police experience and so like sort of knew it was going like what to do, because he worked in a prison.
Right. So, in fact, the person who declared himself to be Inspector Gregson at the park on Lime Street was really...
Yes, it was me. Acting on the inspector's orders. As usual, I removed my boon disguise and went as instructed to the park, armed with the inspector's identification book. It never occurred to me that the bruise on my neck might give me away.
Inosuke's
Fine,
the only
Boom.
one who looks any kind of emotion.
I
Yeah,
didn't realize how
this
big the box that,
clear.
the little guy was on.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it would seem this confession completely destroys the defense's case.
It's really weird. I like that they made the courtroom quiet because it's a closed trial, so there's only like professional people here and they wouldn't like be doing all the muttery murmury stuff.
Sure,
But
yeah.
it's really uncanny.
Probably somewhat intentional in that case.
Explain yourself, Prosecutor Sogi.
My learned friend's assertion was as follows.
Stop calling me that!
You like it.
We're actually friends.
We're actually friends!
The victim... The victim was killed at another location on the day before his corpse was discovered. At the hands of those two red-headed league men when they imprisoned the inspector.
But no! That can't be!
My delicate hands! Oh! Oh! Oh no, owie.
Oh! After all, it was the inspector who went to the park. It wasn't the inspector who went to the park that day, it was me!
Is he, you know...
Oh goodness!
Alex.
And finally we have clarity. Sorry.
He's French.
He's French, Alex.
No,
Eating
I wasn't
spaghetti.
ready for him. I wasn't eating spaghetti. I was eating Go-Gurt. Now I finished the spaghetti.
I wasn't
Yeah,
eating
nothing-
spaghetti, I was eating Go-Gurt, and now I finished the spaghetti.
Because I finished the spaghettios. We had nothing to do with the murder of the inspector. The murder of this guy, though. The attempted murder, hell yeah. And merci, monsieur de la défense, for proving.
Well,
Yeah, it's not these chuckle fucks.
no, it's not these.
I have no fucking idea who did this.
Order!
No, yeah.
Order!
I have no idea.
think
If he's
we
telling
get-
the truth about
I
Gregson
think we
pranking
get
him,
another
I don't know.
investigation.
It's his
Segment.
wife.
We do get another investigation. My thought could still be, I don't think this is it, but it could be an accidental murder. Like, I wonder if it was like he was worried about being found out and he didn't realize the person in the corner was Gregson or something.
It was his wife
It
trying
was
to shoot him for
point
lying to her.
blank.
Because
He
He
was shot in
doesn't
the
really
chest point blank.
yeah, I don't know, but like I'm just saying, like he.
Oh, do you mean like
the reason-
wrongful death? Like did mean to shoot someone but didn't know it was Gregson?
Yeah, exactly. Like
So not an
was
accident,
spooked or
but, like-
something, you know? Because
Yeah.
he doesn't really have the motive, right? Like that's what we're establishing now. Is he doesn't feel like he has the motive to kill Gregson.
Right,
So
I
wait,
think.
we've got another fucking person we care about who got murdered by accident?
No,
I mean,
I
it's
think
possible,
we're gonna.
right?
I think the actual killer. We will find their identity during the next investigation.
In the
I
next
don't think we
investigation. Yeah,
actually
that-
know the murderer.
Ace Attorney has definitely done that before.
Indeed, it would appear that we have reached a de facto conclusion of sorts. These witnesses had no involvement in the murder of the victim. It is proven somewhat ironically by the defense. I hereby call an end to the cross-examination.
Hold it. That's his hold it. Okay. Pardon me, my lord, but with your permission, I would like to pose one further question to the witness.
Oh, I've got a bad feeling about this one.
What question, counsel?
It concerns the events of 10 years ago.
Ugh.
Of course. I believe you would have been present at a very significant execution that was carried out at the time.
10 years ago.
The execution of the professor, Genshin Sogi.
I want to know exactly what your involvement was.
Oh.
Answer me, man!
One moment, counsel. Is this related to the current case?
Yeah, Cosmo, what are you doing?
Naturally. It is the prosecution's belief that this case and the events of 10 years ago are inextricably linked.
Does the defense concur, counsel?
Cosmo, you're not yourself. You're not as calm and collected as usual.
Poor Kazuma-sama. No wonder he's acting this way. Mr. Vigil's memories of what happened 10 years ago would tell the tale of Genshin Asugi's last moments. His own father.
This is
Yeah.
what they call a conflict of interest.
I do understand that. But even so, Kazu... Prosecutor Asogi. Do you genuinely believe that this question requires an answer in order to learn the truth behind Inspector Gregson's death?
I need you to trust me. Please.
Very well. Then the defense has no objection.
I see. In that case, you'll answer the question, witness.
The truth is, I remember very little of that time.
You've forgotten.
I'm sorry to say, yes. As I said, I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago.
Resigned, was forcefully removed. It's all the same.
But for some peculiar reason, my memory of the events leading up to that moment is extremely hazy. Did someone, like, drug him or something?
Yeah.
Right?
Does that not strike you as strange, Mr. Naruhodo?
It doesn't strike me as him lying, right?
No, yeah, I don't think he's... I
Yeah,
don't he had no reason to lie about this.
lying,
Yeah.
But, like...
Yeah, I mean,
What
like,
the
he
fuck?
could... He was fired for aiding in the escape. It's entirely possible someone fucking knocked him out. And he wasn't willingly
He actually wasn't involved.
complacent. He just fucking got his shit rocked. And he got fired for it.
Yeah.
Right, but he thinks... I mean, he said he resigned.
It may have been... We don't know. My guess is it was he helped or he let someone get away, which is a big deal when that's your whole job, right?
Mhm.
And even if he had no direct involvement, it would still probably be ground for him to either have some disciplinary action or be fired, right? If
Mhm.
the most notorious serial killer in the last, like, however long escapes under your watch, right?
Oh, yeah, I'm not
Yeah.
arguing that, like...
So, like,
Whether
so
he
I'm saying it's like, so
actively-
it doesn't necessarily need to even be his involvement.
Right, it doesn't... I'm not saying he needs to have actively been involved with the escape to have been, you know, removed from his position, but he specifically said he resigned, which is not what happened. Officially.
Maybe that's how he remembers it for some reason. Because of this
Yeah.
hazy memory thing.
Yeah, he is relieved of his post with immediate effect. Which is a very different thing than resigning from your position.
Maybe we'll get to present that, Adam.
Sorry?
Hmm.
Well, 10 years is a long time. But to have forgotten the reason why he left such an important job.
Yes, you're right. Not only that, Mr. Vigil's claim contradicts what we already know.
Ah, yes. The human spirit is a fragile thing. It's broken all too easily.
Good lord.
Which is why we have a tendency to wrap it up for protection.
Sorry? The human spirit?
What are you talking about?
What? I'm afraid I don't understand. What do you mean?
When we experience pain and suffering that we feel unable to bear, we block it out, obliterate it from our memories, seal it away. But it never truly leaves us. If the seal is broken, the memories resurface. And when they do, that fragile spirit may finally be crushed.
Jesus.
But I really don't. Kazuma-sama.
But if it must be crushed, then so be it. Because the truth will not stay buried. It's coming out, one way or another.
Yes.
Oh boy.
Kazuma's about to kill this man with a sword.
Right. Now I understand. It's clear what his intentions are. He means to expose the truth. At any cost. Perhaps if I pointed out the contradiction in what Mr. Vigil claimed earlier, it might cause some crucial memories to return to him. But should I? Should I present the evidence or not?
I mean, we gotta.
I mean,
That
yeah.
is the way. It is the way. No other option.
Nope. I have no idea how this is going to go. But this is a court of law, and I have a duty to pursue the truth. Mr. Vigil, I'd like you to look at this. Evidence that clearly contradicts your version of events.
Take that!
Just a few moments ago, you made the following statement. I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago.
Oh, well, yes.
In other words, you claim to have left the post of chief warder of your own volition.
Well, yes, of course. Why?
Tell me, do you remember seeing this document before?
No. No, I don't.
This is a dismissal notice ordering the immediate termination of a prison staff member's employment.
A dismissal notice.
And the name on the notice is yours, Mr. Vigil.
What? Huh? What? It's mine?
So you didn't resign from the prison service at all? For some reason, you were dismissed, I almost said disbarred, as chief warder from Barclay.
No, there's been some mistake. I'm sure. I'm sure I tendered my resignation. The dismissal notice is nonsense.
Oh,
Isn't it?
Oh shit!
What new music is this?
music!
Christ.
If you were forcibly dismissed, then there must have been a good reason. Clearly, you did something.
I like this music.
Yeah, it's really good. Mr. Vigil, it's time to break the seal and have you remember. According to the few remaining records, the final execution that you supervised was on 17th June, 10 years ago. And on that day, something very serious took place at Barclay Prison.
The 17th of June.
Was that the professor's execution?
Professor.
Oh shit, dude. As you were the chief warder at the time, it stands to reason that you would have been present throughout the proceedings.
It does sound familiar.
And yet, that execution never took place. The convict, ostensibly executed earlier that day, later re-emerged from his grave.
The convict came back to life.
In the cemetery in the middle of the night, there was a witness.
However, the witness claims that a moment after he saw the convict clambering out of his grave, a gunshot rang out from over his shoulder. And the bullet pierced the professor's chest, killing him instantly. You know, this is one I'm glad we got a refresher on.
Yeah.
Those may have been the professor's actual last moments. Yeah. Yes.
Did the screen
Yes.
just fuzz out for a second?
Yeah.
Oh. Seeing as you were in charge of overseeing executions at the time, you must know the truth about what really happened. It's in your head, somewhere deep down. Well, Chief Warder Daily Vigil? I know there are memories in your head that can explain what happened on 17th June 10 years ago. And now it's time for you to drag them up.
Ah! Ah!
Mr. Vigil?
Yes. The whole prison. It was complete chaos. The prisoner escaped. He was killed. In the cemetery. Shocking news ripped through the Barclay like a hurricane.
What?
Order! 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 Do you mean to say, Mr. Vigil, that your memories of the time have returned?
My head. It's like some floodgates have opened. The images, the screams. Oh my goodness. Papers. There were reports, articles about a man who'd seen a ghost.
Yes. Enoch Drebber.
But surely those reports were exaggerated.
There were traces at the scene. Traces of what?
Ooh.
In Locate Cemetery, at plot number 139. Blood. Lots of blood. That's where the man was buried, of course. Obviously, something terrible had happened there.
The depths of conspiracy and depravity for which this tale is emerging are quite staggering.
I've reviewed the police records from that time extensively. A thorough investigation was conducted by Scotland Yard to ascertain how the convict managed to escape in the first place. And the conclusion reached by the investigating team was that a member of the prison staff must have been involved.
Are you suggesting that a prison warder betted the man's bid for freedom?
Yes. Yes, and I was suspected of doing it. Of using that mass murderer's execution as a way to help him escape.
And would like us to check our posture.
Thank you, Em.
You did what?
I remember now. The horror of it all was coming back to me. Oh,
Oh god, he's killing
one evening a few days after the execution, some detectives came to the prison. I was called to the governor's office at the top of the watchtower.
Man, you're gonna make yourself hurl doing that.
Please stop spinning, sir.
I'm sorry, Daly. This is serious business, but I cannot help you now. As chief warder, you're responsible for overseeing the execution of Foray.
Oh.
Well, it seems the fellas at Scotland Yard want to have a few wee words with you about it. You better pack your things, laddie. You're to attend in person. As soon as he told me that, my mind just went completely blank. And the next thing I knew, Professor, the most hated killer this is you, I think, in our country's history. No, in our country's history. And I let him escape. I'm finished. My life is over. Ah! I can't yell much in my. I can't yell today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fine.
Holy shit!
This is
Jumped out the
juicy.
window.
This is juicy.
By the fetch a doctor at once.
Nah, I just want to watch this play out.
Bolt is adjourned for today with immediate effect.
Oh shit.
I mean, this bitch
That's
just
a good way to
like,
get us out of
passed
to
the
end
fuck
the-
out. Oh.
Proceedings came to an abrupt end for the day. Once again overshadowed by the legacy of that notorious killer, appearing like a cursed ghost ship on a foggy ocean. Lord Van Zeeks, Mr. Vigil, Kazuma, and Gregson. All of them bound by invisible chains anchored to the same wreckage in the murky depths of the past. But the miraculous light that had been trying to cut through the gloom and shine on those tragic events was playing on the edges of the truth at last.
Hell yeah, Renoska.
Oh.
Fuck.
And we can continue
Right
because we're not even an
now.
hour in. Yeah.
Next time on. See you later. See you next week.
Right. Say bye.
Alright, I'll save it twice, I guess.
Can never be too careful.
Twice for safety. It's now the 2nd of November. It's still the 2nd of November? 3:38 p.m. Shilton's asleep. Still can't quite believe what just happened.
I know. I inquired with the bailiff after the court session was adjourned. And it seems Mr. Vigil was taken to hospital to recover.
Right. Flashback.
Dude, what if Vigil dies before the next?
Cause
think
he
this is-
passed out?
No. Like, what if?
Oh,
Someone
what
gets
if
about to
somebody
reveal
kills him?
secrets.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
someone kills him.
Yeah.
He
what if
remembered, so we
what if-
gotta kill him.
we can say Strongheart? It's Strongheart.
We can say Strongheart.
We can say it. We all know it.
We can say it. We're all thinking it.
10 years ago now.
We're
Mr.
all
Vigil-
thinking it.
Mr. Vigil attempted to commit suicide by jumping out of the window of the prison governor's office. But ever since then, he's completely blocked the memory of those events from his mind. Nobody knew his secret. Not his family. Not even the man himself. But I forced it out into the open. Was it wrong of me to do that? Did I overstep the mark, I wonder?
Reno!
Good
Oh.
baby.
Iris.
You were miles away. Anyway, I've brewed a fresh pot of soothing tea for you.
You're so precious. Oh, thank you.
You and Susie had an exhausting day so far, haven't you?
You could say that.
Oh! Thank you, Iris. How thoughtful of you.
Do you happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is? When we came out of the courtroom back into the defendant's antechamber, he'd disappeared.
No, I don't know.
How old is Iris? Did she have
Like
a
10?
birthday? She's still 10.
No.
She could be the missing avatar.
Baby.
It's her.
It's her! Techno bending.
Oh my god. And Nat said we like the same thing.
Just suddenly.
Isn't that just being an engineer?
No.
He sprang to his feet and left. All he said was, "I must leave."
She's
He left the oven on.
She's a Magneto? Is that the one who controls?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I wonder if he's pursuing the mystery of Inspector Gregson's death.
You can do it, Em. You can stay. I believe in you.
Well, you know what Hurley's always saying, don't you? There are mysteries in this world that should perhaps never be solved.
I will say, it is fun when you're like not when you show up like to us the next stream having left early and we get to tell you all the whack shit that happened, but just like out of context completely.
It's great. For the construction of a solution comes only at the expense of the destruction of something else.
That's a good Irish impression of Sholmes.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
I was focused on the impression. I didn't pay attention to the words at all. Can we just look at the words real quick?
Yeah.
I got none of what.
The construction of solution only comes at the expense of destruction. Okay. Oh, it's the energy theory.
Mm-hmm.
Well, with solutions.
To solve a mystery, you have to destroy a different mystery.
You have
You have to
plug up
destroy your
another
friend's
mystery.
life.
To solve one mystery, you must destroy the solution of the other mystery. That's how mysteries work.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. They are mutually exclusive.
Mm-hmm.
He knows very well that when you open someone else's old wounds, you often open your own too.
Ouch.
Hmm.
But he can't just take his own advice and leave well alone. Solving mysteries is too important to him.
That's so true.
That's so true.
So true, bestie. So true, bestie. You taught that to me, didn't you? I'm pretty sure you taught me that, Iris.
I think Hurley told that to you.
Oh.
But that's what I like about Hurley after all.
Sure, Herlock would say so true, bestie.
So true, bestie.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
Oh my god. Somebody clip it. I want that saved for prosperity.
It's elementary, bestie.
Oh my god.
That's gotta be one of your notification sounds, Molly.
So true, bestie.
So true, bestie.
That's great.
Yeah.
I want it. I'm gonna make a note.
You missed the Herlock saying so true, bestie.
At least let me do a better version of it if you're gonna use it.
Gal,
was
you
pretty
can,
on point.
you can,
but-
you can,
Okay.
we can
Yeah, go,
like
go.
do your own recording off screen, off camera,
That's what I was thinking. Not right now.
so that it's not
Okay.
also like all the stream sound
Just
and all the
keep saying
music.
Keep saying
true,
it throughout the
So true,
stream.
Bessie.
Yeah,
Yeah, like
just
it-
randomly.
in the stream, and like
Separated.
anytime there's silence.
Oh
When
my
we're like in between segments and they come back in and there's no music.
The to be continued screen.
True, bestie. This will be continued.
So true, bestie. I suppose that's a lot of the Great Detective in some ways.
So then.
So then,
So
what?
then.
Then so.
I was waiting. We immediately got no music.
Oh.
All of us forgot.
Molly was given the
We're
chance.
talking.
We weren't.
Alex was?
Yeah, that's true. Alex kept doing the line, which also fair. It's
That's
fine.
So true, bestie.
We will
Just
have.
do it on your own
Probably
time.
sadly.
Do it on your own
This
time.
is so. This
This is a
great.
disaster.
So dumb.
I'll do it when I please.
Let's have tea and then I'll give you a hand. Oh, I love her music.
Do you have time, Iris?
Yes, I've finished this month's manuscript at last, with barely a day to spare before the deadline.
Oh, I'm so looking forward to it. A brand new story to read in the adventures of Sherlock Holmes.
Wait, this month? It's the 3rd.
Right, it comes out for November, I think is what she
Oh,
means.
okay.
It's the
Alright.
November
Yeah.
edition.
You know, I always hide Hurley's violin in the days before I have a deadline.
That's such a good idea. You do. Oh, Mr. Sholmes.
I'm sure that's very wise, Iris. How sensible of you.
Sato
I
and I are
love
on
him.
the same
He's
page.
so annoying.
He gets really depressed, and you know what his violin sounds like when he's depressed. It's awful.
True.
He's got a whole track for it on the soundtrack. Now then, my dear fellows, let's make a plan of action before we continue our investigation. 2 sidekicks. 2 sidekicks. Dual sidekick track. Dual sidekick track drifting.
Drifting? There, yeah, you got that. Alright.
That
Fucking
was
think of the
not
word.
intentional. My
Dual
brain
destinies?
just fucking died.
Like you
Oh,
were
different
short
game.
circuiting. You were having.
I was short circuiting. Iris is also just a robot. That's how she's so good at everything. Is that she's been a robot this whole time. She doesn't have a father. She's just been trolling. So, how did it go in court this morning?
Well, we still don't know the truth about what really happened, but one thing's increasingly clear. Oh god, I was writing, oh, what did you say? Ah. Shit.
With-
The fucking fumble is so hard. I don't know.
just clip it later.
No, I was adding a quote. Kyle, what the fuck did you just say? You just said it. Never mind. I won't add it. I don't remember. I did a line and that was stupid. I should have just wrote it down.
Dual assistant drifting?
She doesn't have a dad. She's just trolling.
Yeah. that's what it was. Whatever you actually said. That's what I was trying to add.
She's a robot. She doesn't have a dad. She's just trolling. It's I'm pretty sure what I said.
Yeah, that is what you said. Just stop living in that time zone, forehead.
Move,
Yeah.
bitch.
Okay, there we go. Anyway, oh, what did I say? I didn't say that. Lord Van Zeeks definitely didn't do it.
Oh, goody!
Okay.
Yes, that's right. I was muted and forgot. I was also laughing at you being like, he definitely didn't do it, and Iris is like, yay!
That is what Levi said. Stop living in that time zone, forehead.
We've managed to uncover several new facts as well.
Oh, really?
And there was another development too. Kazuma.
Who's that? I forgot.
Yes, it's
Didn't
quite
say it
clear
out
now
loud.
that Kazuma-sama is not himself.
You think really loudly. Susie taught me how to listen.
The way he's acting, it's almost as if he's possessed.
I know. I mean, at the end of the proceedings earlier, he was like a bloodhound with the way he was chasing down Mr. Vigil's forgotten past. He's not normally so mercilessly persistent. What's going on in his head, I wonder? I really need to sit down with Kazuma and try to understand what he's going through. If Gregson was really murdered the day before his body was discovered, then Lord Van Zeeks has to be innocent, you see.
What? The day before? Well, that should be easy enough to work out just by examining the corpse, surely.
Choose mountain time. No one uses mountain time. Oh, that'd be the worst.
Yes, you would expect so. But curiously, no time of death was included in the autopsy report.
That is curious.
There's still unanswered questions about Lord Von Zeeks, though, aren't there?
Ah, do you mean...
I mean, what was he doing there on Fresno Street that day in the first place?
Well, according to the man's testimony, he said he was investigating Inspector Gregson, didn't he?
And it turns out that little room was actually the inspector's secret office.
Oh! That sounds like it has the makings of a wonderfully devilishly plot.
Wonderfully devilish plot.
Wonderfully devilish plot.
But then why was the notice board there, covered in all those particular papers? Papers about cases with a link to the Reaper. I'm starting to get a bad feeling about all this.
Oh dear. That sounds more like something horribly devilish.
We must start by looking into Inspector Gregson's movements of late.
I never imagined I might have to be investigating an inspector's movements.
Well, according to the entry in his diary, he was carrying out an incognito investigation of the Red-Headed League the day before his death.
You mean he was doing the same as Hurley? And yeah, Hurley was investigating.
Well, Mr. Sholmes was trying to apply, whereas the inspector was supposed to be investigating.
I do wish it had been the other way around.
Anyway, as it turns out, the inspector who went to investigate the Red-Headed League that day wasn't actually Gregson at all. It was Mr. Vigil, in possession of Gregson's identification.
You know what that sounds like to me? Establishing an alibi.
Oh my! Yes, you're absolutely right, Iris.
Em would like us to stretch.
Stop making us do things. We're not your toys.
I have...
No, but a stretch is a good thing right now. I really needed it.
Me too. I need to stretch actually regularly because I'm going to turn into a mushy pile of potatoes.
A corn cob.
A
No,
pretzel.
no. I will in fact become not a pretzel because I cannot bend.
Oh, for me, it's like I would get all curled up into a ball and up and just be stuck there.
And
That's
be
where I live
stuck
now.
forever. Yeah, no, that's
Yep.
fair. That's fair. We are your Nintendogs. We're Nintendogs. Hey Nintendo, put Nintendogs on the Switch, please. Thank you.
It is. It
What?
is. They were, yeah,
Since
Molly, it
when?
is. Since like earlier this year.
The fuck are you talking about?
The last fucking Direct had Nintendogs announcement.
I did not see this. I think that's
I
not
watched
true.
it with you.
Yeah, I think you were there getting excited about it, Molly.
Okay, I
I'm
don't
not
know.
crazy.
I mean, you are. That's beside the point. Okay. What?
You cannot gaslight me about the existence of Switch Nintendogs. I am a Switch Nintendogs truther.
I have to go. This is important. I need to.
Oh my, you're absolutely right, Iris. Nintendogs is on the Switch. I have no idea.
Puppies and kittens. I literally do not remember this at all.
I can't believe
At
you forgot.
all.
That's very funny though.
Welcome to my world.
Alright. It's fine. In one, out the other. I don't fucking remember. The only thing I remember from the last Direct was Fire Emblem Three Hopes. That's the only
Yeah.
thing I fucking remember.
That's fair.
I'm so fucking excited. Anyway, moving on. But why would Gregson need an alibi?
Because he was going to murder someone.
It would appear that the inspector had something to do that he wished to keep secret. No, really.
I don't believe it. I always thought he was just a harmless lover of fish and chips.
Yes, Trithos. My memory is garbage. Absolute dog shit. I don't remember anything ever. But perhaps they were seasoned with something a little more potent than salt and vinegar.
Cocaine.
I
No?
think perhaps we should try to move away from food analogies.
Anyway, if Lord Von Zeeks felt the need to investigate Gregson,
Yes, I agree. We must try to find out what he knows.
He's dead.
who's Bojo?
Boris Johnson.
Oh, I thought we were talking about Ace Attorney in my chat, and I don't know what the I was like, who's
Because the last
Bojo?
time I said, oh, I don't think.
When you said
I
you
don't-
talked about Prince Philip and then Prince Philip
Yeah.
died is what
I don't
Emma's,
think it
Emma's
happened
getting
very.
at.
I mean, I don't even think it was. It was. He was really sick. I think I remember when before,
Oh,
right
yeah.
before he died. So like everyone kind of knew he was gonna die anyway. But yeah, sure, Boris Johnson fucking choked, bitch.
So true, bestie.
Woo! Ah.
Yeah, there was that article. It's like the Queen will never live at Buckingham Palace again. And everyone's like,
She's entering a new
Right.
phase.
She's entering a new phase, and it was like, do
She
you know what this
died.
sounds like?
You mean she's dead, right?
Just kill her so we stop thinking she's dead.
Just kill her so it's true when we think she's dead. Oh,
Rachel, you say?
Christ.
The name of the lady who came. Isn't the name of the lady who came to visit Hurley yesterday?
That's right.
Forgot that
To ask Mr. Sholmes if he would help her to find her missing husband. Now we're doing a full recap.
Only Mr. Sholmes completely passed the buck to us. Actually, didn't you say that Mr. Vigil had been taken to hospital? Do you know which one? I'm assuming it's Sinners.
Oh, it's St. Sinners.
Great.
Of course. We only have one hospital set.
I'm starting to wonder if all the other hospitals in London have closed down.
But that's amazing, Bruno. You found the lady's husband already.
Well, I suppose I have. By accident.
And 10 years ago, while Mr. Vigil was chief warder at the prison, he was responsible for overseeing the professor's incarceration.
No!
So when the convict escaped, he was held responsible and immediately dismissed.
Sometimes I really don't want to grow up.
And would like us to hydrate.
God damn it.
Well, I guess
Got a
I'll
whole
go get
pot of
some
tea.
water then.
Good.
I'll go get some
Everyone-
kissed in a bit.
Everyone gets some water. There's more. For 10 years after that, while he was ostensibly working as a peddler, he also had another secret job. Renasuke, I'm pretty sure it's illegal for you to be sharing details about the court case outside the courtroom, especially with a 10-year-old girl.
Mm-hmm. Also, I did say it.
Oh.
You mean the
Text to speech.
The text-to-speech does not read highlighted messages.
It only reads
It reads bits.
donos and
Yeah, donos,
and-
bits, and resubs.
hubs.
The highlight message just makes you purple in chat.
This is my last bit. Can the voice please say, Bojo can choke?
There you go. The voice said it for you, Em. Thank you for the bit. He was paid by Gregson to be his stand-in, to impersonate the inspector.
To impersonate Gregsy? But why?
I have absolutely no idea.
Ginny was right. I'm starting to think all adults are up to no good now. Including you, Runo.
I haven't paid anyone to impersonate me.
Yet.
That means he has ties to the Professor and to Inspector Gregson, though. So I do think we ought to pay a visit to Mr. Vigil, don't you?
Back to St. Sinners.
Also to make sure he's not, like, dead.
Well, I suppose.
Well, I think it's clear what we need to do, isn't it? Let's investigate, my dear fellows!
Oh, Iris, you're even more enthusiastic than usual today.
If anyone has anything to hide, my special Wilson shooting iron will soon set them straight.
That
I'm going to kill them.
water pistol.
It's stuff full of piping hot extra special blend of mine.
Then I'm quite sure it'll be very effective.
Iris, you put boiling water in there?
Special
You're gonna
blend, you say.
Tea. She put tea in there.
Yeah, tea, not coffee. But there's still boiling fucking water.
Yeah, she's serious.
It won't be boiling in a few minutes. I'll just, like, be warm. Lukewarm tea.
No, she's put like a stove in the.
No, it's like a really good thermos.
Mm-hmm.
I'd better be careful not to hide anything.
Well, it feels strange to.
This is Ryunosuke.
I don't know why I thought it was me.
I don't know why.
It's
you
her
thought it
music. I
was
feel like
either.
she's gonna be talking constantly.
Well, it feels a little strange that Mr. Sholmes is nowhere to be seen, but still. Let's go and see what we can find out.
Yes.
Yes!
Hey, dual assistant drifting, like you said,
Yeah.
or like you tried to say.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Oh, we just
Yeah.
can't go to the hotel.
Let's go to prison.
Let's bring a 10-year-old to prison!
I want to be accused
Yeah.
of murder. No one's did that to me yet.
Uh-huh. Okay. Is he over here this
Not
time?
yet.
No?
There's
Alright.
I
Ah,
Oh.
look. A pair of crutches. Before we came to Britain, I hadn't realized they were used here as well.
I imagine they were imported into Japan from Great Britain in the first place.
Oh. So, no one in all of Japan broke a leg before their arrival. Anyway, the sight of these things doesn't bring back good memories for me.
Oh dear, did you injure yourself once and need to use some?
When I was little, I thought they looked fun, so I borrowed a pair to play with. But then I slipped and sprained my ankle.
I see.
They contain powerful magic, those wooden staffs. The power to heal, and the power to harm!
I think a certain cheeky little boy managed to cause the harm all by himself.
Ryunosuke is a himbo, and I love him dearly. Ah, patient treatment notes. What do these say, I wonder? Endlessly obliging. I suppose that's referring to the patient in this bed.
I would think so. And until Mr. Vigil is a little more stable, it's probably just as well that he has a kindly person in the neighbouring bed.
The endlessly part is a little worrying, though, isn't it? I mean, what if Mr. Vigil suddenly declared that he'd like to take a trip out of the window? Would this endlessly obliging patient simply open it for him and say, "Be my guest"?
Let's check with the doctor later.
Sometimes.
We'll come back.
Sometimes he makes good points. There are lots of bottles in that cabinet there, aren't there? Do you think it's safe to keep them there?
If you were a patient here, I feel sure you'd take some medicine by mistake while you were half asleep. I'm sure have we had this exact discussion before?
That is a worry.
Yeah.
But at least the cabinet has a lock, even if it's only a flimsy-looking one.
Oh, I've no doubt you'd managed to unlock that somehow while you were half asleep as well. I think last time you were arguing that would happen, and I wasn't with you, and now I'm arguing that it happened. I can't remember.
It was in the first case of this game, or second
I think
case.
this
So it
is
was
the
in
exact
Olive.
same.
Yeah, it was when we were talking to Olive, so it was Sasato.
There are limits to even what I can do when I'm half asleep, you know, Miss Sato.
I disagree. You can do anything you put your mind to.
Even if you don't put your mind to it.
Thank
Yes.
you.
Even your sleeping mind.
These must be the patient treatment notes. Let's see. Tendency to jump from windows. Remember to place cushion at base of wall and side. Aren't we a story up from the ground here?
Oh dear. Poor Mr. Vigil.
Can't help feeling that there's a better solution to the problem than a cushion, though. Finding something you've lost isn't always a happy experience, it turns out. Pursuing the truth can be a very dark business sometimes, can't it?
Yes, I'm afraid it can.
There are all sorts of medicines in this cabinet. Look, I'm not sure if it's safe leaving them in reach of everyone like this.
Yes, you're right. I can imagine if you were peckish, you might try some of the pills.
Well,
This is really on her mind, isn't it?
at least there seems to be
She's
a
very
little
worried.
lock to secure the cabinet doors.
I don't imagine that would stop you if you were hungry. I thought that you break the lock. Why is she so concerned about this?
Hunger doesn't turn me into a criminal, you know, Miss Susato.
You're not you when you're hungry. Gives him a Snickers bar.
Snow just caught my eye before, actually.
I suppose it's some sort of slogan for the ward. A cheerful welcome message, perhaps.
Let's see. Pay with good cheer, leave with good cheer. Oh, look at that! You were spot on, Mrs. Sato. It is full of cheer.
I wonder how many discharged patients pay their medical bills with good cheer, though.
Once I had to have a very painful injection when I fell ill with a cold. I felt awful already, so why did I have to suffer the sting of the injection as well as the bill? I yelled at the doctor.
Oh dear. What terrible treatment.
Great. Alright, there's nothing.
This room's a bummer, isn't it?
Here. Why did we come here?
I'll be here later.
Hey, babe.
Oh my god.
Afternoon.
Lord Von Zeeks is reading, look!
Oh my god! Iris is wearing her going out outfit.
It's great.
And you can see the little charms on her backpack. Look at them, they're so cute.
He doesn't seem like he wants visitors, does he?
But he must have noticed that we're here, surely.
Hey, did you notice we're here?
Last time we did this, he did come up and talk to us. This time he might just ignore us.
He might just
Yeah,
ignore
we're not
us.
ready to talk to him yet.
No, he's gonna come talk to us.
What do you Nipponese want?
That's no way to greet the lawyer who's trying his hardest to prove your innocence, is it?
Nipponese plus Brit.
Iris is like, hello!
Yeah, I'm not.
Perhaps not.
Hmm?
Did he just agree with you?
I apologize. So what can I do for you, Mr. Naruhodo?
Oh.
He's like, I gotta unlearn my shitty racist attitude.
Character development of the shits.
Lord Von Seeks, speaking honestly,
What the fuck?
it's a little surprising.
Oh, the fog will lift over London for the first time in months tomorrow.
This does feel very, very strange. It's like, stop making it a big deal.
I must say, I was impressed.
Oh, well, thank you.
Not by you, by your fellow Nipponese, your prosecutor friend.
Oh. I see.
So your protege.
Yeah.
Yes. Your apprentice.
It's sardonic, don't you think? For a man such as me, so loathing of Nipponese, to be entirely at the mercy of the two of you.
Uh-huh.
I suppose. It's retribution for having played the part of the Reaper for all these years.
Played the part?
Automod cut sounds a little gay.
A little
that
gay.
went under a lot of.
Just sounds a little gay. All four of those words, like it caught that phrase.
That's
Oh my
fine.
god. And just as the sad music kicked in, fuck. Oh my god, sorry.
Sounds
Now that you're a
little
mod,
gay.
you can see the comedy of Automod.
Mhm. You once told me that you gladly allowed people to believe you were the Reaper. Because it helped reduce the amount of serious crime that took place in London.
If keeping quiet and playing the part benefits the cause, a cause I myself am committed to pursuing, then why would I choose to say anything?
But the henchman of a criminal killed by the Reaper attacked you only the other day. And that was just the most recent of many attempts on your life, wasn't it? Someone is clearly profiting from your silence about all this. Someone is using you.
Believe me, ever since the Reaper first appeared, I've been doing my utmost to expose him. Or rather, expose the organization.
I mean, it would make sense that it's a
Ah.
group of people, yeah.
It's a whole organization.
It's inconceivable that all these accidents were orchestrated by one man. I've been falling into like Hot Fuzz clips.
For the greater good.
Yeah, this is just like, huh. No. The Reaper always appears to have very accurate information about the accused in each case. Which can only mean that somebody at Scotland Yard is involved.
Oh, and you thought it was Gregson.
Yeah.
Someone is... You can't mean...
God, I hope it's not Gregson.
It's taken me many years, but I finally identified the central figure in this Reaper organization.
I don't want to click to the next one.
Tobias Gregson.
He's allowed to be wrong, you know.
I know!
Yeah, I think he's wrong.
I know he's allowed to be wrong, but I didn't want him to say
Buddy.
it.
But
Yeah,
this
he
also
thinks
gives him such a good motive to have murdered him, right? Like this
Yeah.
makes this is bad for Ellis as a defendant, as defense.
Fuck.
Ah.
It also leads to some grade A angst because it seems like Tobias was doing all this to protect him.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Gregson? The Reaper? No. What do you got there?
There's no fucking way.
Gregson, no!
I don't believe it. It can't be true.
So, the reason you were investigating Inspector Gregson is because you intended to expose him as the Reaper.
As I said, the Reaper of the Bailey is no single person. It's a highly secret organization with close ties to Scotland Yard. But there's no doubt that Gregson was a key member of that organization.
I don't believe it. I said that a minute ago, just impromptu.
Okay, he might have actually have kind of been involved with it, but then like betrayed all of them and went back on it when he realized Gina was at risk. Fuck. Oh, you saying that Gregsy, that he was behind all those awful criminals meeting there?
Hello, Gina.
Yep. She popped them for a second.
Gregson didn't do the dirty work himself.
This is nuts. Oh!
He was the tactician. His job was to covertly investigate the marks and plot their assassinations. In order to do that without arousing suspicion, he regularly needed a firm alibi. Miles, was it you who said the alibi thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That to me seemed obvious. Like, if you tell someone to go big and
Oh,
loud
yeah.
scene with your ID, it's gotta
Yeah.
I wanted to acknowledge it.
be. Thank you, though.
Which is where Mr. Vigil came in, posing as the inspector.
Vigil knows nothing of the Reaper. But the room he rents on Fresno Street was almost certainly the headquarters of the operation. Gregson would have met the assassin there for briefings.
So we don't actually know who carried out the killings, then.
Actually, I do have a name.
It's what?
He gets fucking sniped.
What?
Well, if you can name the man, you have the true identity of the Reaper already, then.
Or, if I can name the woman. Yeah, Courtney.
Or E.T.?
God, what?
Evie would be wild.
That would be wild.
Oh. What?
Why did Gregson have a picture of Evie?
She's a young woman by the
Asian.
name of Asa.
That's what I was thinking,
Oh.
but I didn't want to say it.
Is she also still alive?
The names on that list were Asashin, Tobias Gregson.
Well, it was
Asian.
initials.
Yeah.
It was
Right, yeah,
initials.
right. I'm like,
Yeah.
it's clearly
Asian.
this.
It
Right?
was, yeah.
T.
And-
Gregson,
And then
K. Asogi.
who was the last? Who? There's a fourth.
There's fourth, right? I can't. Was it 3 or 4?
I don't
It was,
remember.
oh, John Wilson. It was Jay
J.
Wilson.
Wilson.
Oh, it was Wilson.
Oh, okay. Implying, okay. I'm
Jay-
not saying that list is the Reaper, but
Wait. What? Shin?
Why would she? I mean, if she's the one doing all the killing, she just took out 2 out
She's
of
dead.
the 3 people who
Yeah.
are involved.
yeah, I guess.
If she's
Well, so
not,
was Kazuma.
so was Kazuma. Like,
No, but this woman is currently fully dead.
She was pretending to be a different person this entire time. It's entirely possible she had someone else sit in her place and get fucking murked.
She
We
did
have
cover
no
up
idea.
most of her everything.
Mm-hmm. There is no reason to believe that that woman who died is her.
Well,
Other
I
than
will
the
say
fact
she
that
was
missing
she was
hand.
being kept in custody. Right, like she was being kept in. Or she was being like, she was just being watched. Like she wasn't. It wasn't like
I mean, and if like she's supposed to be this, like if anything came out about her true identity, it would cause an international incident. She would be the perfect, like she would be the person that they put another person in her place to pretend to be her, while they're like saying, "Oh yeah, we're watching her, we're keeping an eye on her," when reality is it's someone else, and she's still out
I will
there
say there is a level of it being genuinely very impressive that she managed to like fully hide her identity for that long while being like observed by the government. Like,
Mhm. I think the government
Wild.
let her do it.
Ms. Asa Shin. The true name of a terrifying killer I know only too well. She came to Japan posing as a visiting student and murdered Dr. John H. Wilson. Then, just when it seemed that diplomatic protection would help her escape Japan and conviction, the mysterious woman was herself murdered in a small summer beach hut. And that woman was actually the Reaper of the Bailey?
does he know she's dead?
Yeah,
Susato told us.
Yeah, Sasato told us.
Mr. Naruhodo, this perhaps isn't the place to discuss.
What if it is Evie?
Racist prosecutor. Here boy PS.
You know what I'm saying? I wonder if
PS,
Try this? Oh my god.
Come here. I have learned Ed friend for you. PS.
No, it didn't work, but thank you for the 20
Aw.
bits. No, of course not. We can't mention it here. The fact that she killed Dr. John H. Wilson. Because Iris doesn't know, and it's very likely that the man was her father.
Who's this woman? I've never heard of her before.
Asa Shin. I should let father know at once.
Yes, I agree.
So what I'm saying with what if it is Evie, if Daly's mind has been fucked with, if he's clearly having memory issues, potentially he has a fake wife. I mean, this would be
She's just been
fucking
bonking him whenever he starts to remember.
she's been the person who's supposed to keep an eye on him to make
That
sure,
makes
and
sense.
it also gives her a cover. But he also said that they have 2 kids, which that maybe brings some doubt into it, unless his wife has
she also-
always been.
Unless
He
the
might
kids
have
are
had the
also in
wife.
on it.
They just had a wife and she was already part of, like, you know,
She killed
government
the
stuff.
wife and took her. Yeah, that's true. Also, the wife could have been her the entire time.
Right? There doesn't
well,
have to be a switcheroo situation here.
Yeah, she could just
Yeah.
be in on it and a wife.
Yeah.
She's like,
Oh,
married
sure.
while he was working as the prison warder, right? So like,
Mm-hmm.
if you
And that
really
would
want to go
explain-
there,
That would explain how she was like.
It would
why
explain
she
why
never
she's
looked
like,
into
"Oh,
why
he's been
like
gone
what he was
for a
actually
day."
doing. Yeah. Like she knows exactly what the fuck he's doing.
I
But
how does that
because
go
he came
on?
out of because he went out of her view for too long, like she didn't know what the fuck he was up to. That's when she got nervous and went to Sholmes, because she's confident as fucking hell. So she would go
I
to one of
don't
the
think
people
it's
that would
Evie.
recognize her.
I was thinking
I-
like how many, like which women are involved in this case.
Yeah, I don't.
I think Evie killed Gregson, but I don't think she's actually the.
I don't think she
Mhm.
killed Gregson.
Fuck.
It'd be a good setup if she killed Gregson, like the wonderful irony of the person who sent us on this case being the one who actually gonna get
Mm-hmm.
who actually did it, right? But like, I don't know.
They've been together longer than 10 years. That's what we're saying, Em, is that Where I was saying is that she could have just always have been in this position, even.
It doesn't seem
before
like
they
and it
were
doesn't seem
married.
like he's having like memory issues on a larger scale. It seems like he had a basically a traumatic brain injury of some kind after falling out a window and
Right.
like has memory issues around a specific event.
Right.
Not
he has,
like long-term consistent memory
yeah,
issues.
He has a single memory issue due to a very traumatic event in his life that he did not want to remember.
Kazuma, isn't it? Kazuma Asogi. You say he's a friend of yours?
My best friend. He's the whole reason I got to come to Britain. It was all on his merits. I have nothing but respect for him.
Yes, I understand that only the very best students are selected for such opportunities. And I had a fine demonstration of how sharp he is in the proceedings earlier today. He missed nothing. Did you, not do any, teaching of him that you were supposed to do? In fact...
Didn't need it.
His flawless performance very much reminded me of his father.
I mean, he just let him follow him around. I
Yeah,
don't think he
seems
was
like it.
given... I don't think he was given specific instructions.
I imagine that he did stuff like pick up learned friend because of he'd been through instruction with Barak at some point, but I guess he was just vibing for 3 months.
Genshin Asogi. The professor.
It's true that the aristocracy at the time was the root of numerous grave societal problems.
He just taught him how to dodge bottles and look pretty.
They were abusing their power, playing with the common man as pawns in politics, in economics, in war. In many ways, Asogi was carving out a canker from society that we British couldn't deal with ourselves.
I see.
He was actually kind of based.
Oh my
But
god.
that's precisely why it makes no sense. Clint Van Zieks was a noble and upstanding man. He wasn't corrupt.
Or was he?
Or was he? Why did that damned Nepalese have to go and take my brother's life?
I will say I was walking home from work a couple days ago and I was thinking about it and I suddenly just got started thinking about this whole situation and got the most rancid vibes off of Clint Van Zieks in my head for a minute and I'm like, why?
Interesting.
Some part of me was like, don't trust that fucker, and I'm like, he's dead.
This guy was going on a noble murder spree, and those generally aren't good people, so if this guy's included...
Or someone used the professor killings as an excuse to kill him.
Yeah.
And we're hiding it all. So, and now if that's true, we're dealing with two different killers, and then it's fucking goddamn it. There's so much going on.
Or he was my brain went, he was the professor. And then someone took him out.
Yeah.
In spite of having once saved mine.
He saved your life. How did that happen?
It was 10 years ago, on a foggy night. What was to be the professor's final strike had sent a wave of panic through the capital.
So Clint Van Zieks had already been killed at this point, then.
Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. Of course, at that point, I had no idea of the true nature of the man at my side. All of a sudden,
Don't make a peep. You're coming with us.
Oh my god.
So
That's-
handsome.
Oh.
Damn.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah,
Genshin.
look at this. It's just a lot of
Like
handsome.
father, like son.
Give me a second. Wait a sec. Wait a second. Hold on.
Go
Genshin's
on.
wearing a red gem ring on his hand. That's the same ring
Yeah.
Daily was wearing.
Oh shit.
Wait, what about that? Wasn't there another? No. I'm thinking of the dog collar. Never mind. But also,
Not colored at all.
The fucking cop looked a little gay again.
God looks a little gay. Wasn't before it was sounds a little gay, but now it looks a little gay.
Yeah, it sounds a little gay before.
Oh my god.
Let's go through all the senses. What about smells a little gay?
Smells a little gay. Feels a little gay. Oh, tastes
a little gay.
gay.
Taste the little gay.
ooh,
Another parable.
Soon, TM.
we were surrounded. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves.
Genshin's like, no, I gotta protect that dick. You don't understand. It's going to have a great future.
Clint
Oh
was,
my god, Nat.
Clint was
Shut the fuck up.
Clint was not only from noble heritage, he was a brilliant prosecutor as well. The scum of London hated the sight of him. They had no sympathy for his younger brother either. I'd been targeted several times before already.
Yeah, it's Van Zeke's alright. We got him.
I could hear them murmuring amongst themselves. I knew they were after me. But just when I had thought that my time had come,
It's your dad, Levi.
It's your dad, Levi.
if I let them kill you, Clint would never forgive me. It was Asogi's voice, just a whisper in my ear.
Hot.
Who shot?
Yeah, hot. After that, I don't remember exactly what had happened. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street.
Oh, they shot him.
Fuck.
Genshin took the
He
bullet.
took a fucking bullet for him. Holy shit.
Holy crap.
Blood was seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me. The hand with the ring on it.
God damn.
2 days later, they arrested him. On suspicion of being London's most notorious mass murderer ever.
What?
Interesting.
Professor.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's not him. Or he at
what
least
was the
definitely
state-
didn't kill Clint.
What was the state of the wax figure's left hand?
I don't know.
That's a good question. We gotta go see it again,
It-
but I don't know how.
Didn't have a ring on it.
And no bandage over a bullet wound or something, you know?
Yeah.
Like,
No, I mean the left hand was the one reaching out of the grave. There was no it was a
Yeah.
hand.
there was just a hand, right?
We would have noticed if there was anything that made it
Yeah.
special.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was just a
That's-
hand.
I
There was
feel
no
like that's
ring.
very
And
interesting.
she wouldn't have fucked up like that.
No,
She
yeah,
was all
because
about
we made
exact
so much of a
replication.
point. Exactly.
There
Yeah,
was
something's
no ring,
fucking
there
here.
was no ring, there was no hand. Like there was no wound.
Do you think maybe they were trying to kill Genshin and then the idea, like they hired someone to kill Genshin and then the idea that it was that they were gonna pin it all on him, but then he fucking survived, and so they were like, "Fuck, we gotta arrest them now."
Oh.
I mean, they were specifically targeting Zeke's, like
They
in
were.
that.
Yeah.
Well, maybe that's the cover, right?
I guess.
Could be.
How awful for you.
All at once, I lost the brother I revered, and the foreign friend I held in such high regard.
I'm so sorry, Lord Van Seeks.
It's the end of my miserable tale. I never thought I'd recount it to anyone.
Well, thank you for confiding in me.
The Professor, the Reaper, and Inspector Gregson. I wonder just how intimately related they all are.
Were they all fucking? I still can't quite believe that Gregson was essentially the Reaper. Giving assassination orders to Giselle Brett?
Something about that does seem off.
Mr. Naruhodo, let's go and inform my father.
I don't think
He could very well have been duped into doing it. Like he's told, "Here, hand your reports of the people who get off to this person," and then those reports go to her.
Right.
I'm sure our government will want to hear about this new information.
Oh, that means I get to
Don't
meet your
mind me.
daddy,
Just
Susie.
testing Twitch
Hooray!
TTS a bit.
Oh,
And
she's
then
gonna show up
Furry
and he's just
Not
gonna be like
Sumi,
the
my
fucking
little
Mr.
M.
Incredible, like black and white meme.
The uncanny Mr. Incredible becomes uncanny meme.
Yeah.
Thank you
He's
for
like,
the bits,
oh, no.
Trithas. Yeah, it doesn't like your sounds. It doesn't like your sounds.
Yeah, I got bugs, bitch.
Yes, alright. Let's head back to the Great Waterloo Hotel then.
Wow.
Shut the fuck up.
Whoa.
I'm going to fucking kick both of you out.
Green Asuka
Stop.
is like, Iris, a man is dead. Stop singing ABBA.
I thought it yesterday and I think it today. This place is so princely. My brother, when we were trying to beat Dark Souls, when he couldn't get through a boss, he would blast ABBA and just like sing along because it helped him turn off enough of his brain to get through a boss fight.
Oh my god, that's huge brain.
It was incredibly big brain strats and it worked consistently.
Big
wow, I'm
brain.
impressed.
He picked a different song every time.
Hell yeah.
And he knew all of them. I'm like, I didn't know my brother knew this much ABBA.
It's a wild guess, but I have a feeling you'll think the same tomorrow too.
My tea has a finger fragrance.
No?
Fine fragrance.
Fine.
No?
Oh my god.
No!
Perfect. That was even me being like, that can't be the word, and it wasn't. My tea has a finer fragrance than whatever they're serving in the tea room here, though, wouldn't you say?
NNNR.
My tea pops severely.
Trithas, it doesn't like your characters. Thank you for the 69 bits.
Nice.
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 Okay, I was adding it. This is probably
I think this is...
Big guy, right?
I think
Probably
this is...
Judge, right?
Judge.
Oh, yeah.
look
Good,
at
good.
who we have here. This is an unexpected pleasure.
Nope, it's Eugen.
Yeah, I was right.
I love his little hat.
It's a good hat.
I keep looking at it and it makes me smile. Like, I love this man's hat. Like,
Good night, M. Thanks for hanging
Night,
out.
Em.
the
We'll
fact
fill
that I
you
am
in
now
next
wearing a
time.
matching hat,
Oh.
Yay!
sleep well. And the fact that Susanto is now wearing a matching hat.
Oh.
They're wearing matching hats.
Yeah.
Aw.
I
He's
thought...
wearing like a little pink
Miles,
pocket square.
I thought you said you were wearing a hat.
That's the thing he did.
That's what
But
I
Miles,
said, but like
physically.
Right.
I did say I, but the fact that I've been voicing Chisato more than anyone else in this game is sort of what I meant than anything
Yeah.
else. Like, 'cause I was thinking of it in the way when we talk about D&D characters, we say I, meaning
Yeah.
like the character.
Yeah, no,
and
I get
was
it.
like,
I understand.
I'm
I
just very
did think you
affectionate
meant
for
you.
Chisato. I love her.
I thought you meant
Does
you,
that
Miles,
make
were
me the
wearing a hat.
judge?
I have wireless headphones on, so I can't put a hat on.
You're a
Like I
coward.
got like over ear, like the bulky over ear ones. You guys have seen them.
Yeah.
Oh, father! You wasn't having Ballad be that.
Oh, is this your daddy, Susie? How lovely.
You
I was muted, but I laughed so hard at that, Miles. Thank you.
Oh no. He knows.
I wasn't sure if anyone caught it.
I missed it.
I have no idea what you're laughing at.
Miles went, oh, father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name.
Oh, I definitely
I
didn't
heard
catch that.
I didn't catch it.
It got me good. What a charming young lady. And you are?
No.
My name's Alice Wilson. My dad is John Wilson, and he's perfectly alive.
Oh no!
My daddy's alive, and I
Time to press next on the dialogue.
love him. I love my daddy so much.
I've got my emotional support alpaca here to save me.
Yeah, that's very. It
Oh,
did not occur to me for a fucking second what this
They
meant
haven't met.
until you guys were reacting to it. Like, ah, fuck.
Oh, she just kind of fade to black, explained who she is.
Ah, really? So you're the author of The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, are you?
That's me, Iris Wilson, at your service, sir. Susie's been such a wonderful friend to me over the last year, you know?
Oofa doofa.
Well,
Machi
Miss
machi.
Wilson, I must say I read your work regularly and with much interest.
I must
No.
say, Miss Wilson, you're very good.
Iris actually lives with Mr. Shums, you know, father.
I must say, Miss Wilson, you're recovering greatly for someone who's an orphan. She's like, what?
Is that so? Well, perhaps that goes some way to explaining that bright look in your eyes.
what is she recovering from, Alex?
Being an
What?
orphan,
Grief.
apparently. Yeah.
Grief.
Grief.
It's not
I couldn't think of the
it's
word.
not a thing.
Get off my dick.
No, I won't.
Oh, she's so cute.
She's so...
That was a pearl pose.
Yeah. You wouldn't be smiling so airily if you knew just how bright she is, believe me.
Yes, Travis, you were sadly born an orphan.
Recovering nicely from birth.
Now then, young Narhood. It was a pleasure seeing you in action earlier. You reminded me of my daughter when she did the same thing. As an invitee of the symposium, I was allowed to observe from the gallery after I twisted some arms.
Literally.
Truly exemplary performance.
Don't say shit like that while I have water in my mouth. I don't even know what we said, but get wrecked.
So yeah, I don't know what that was a reaction to.
One of the many things.
Oh, well, thank you very much. Although I'm fairly sure you omitted by Cosima on the end there.
No, please, don't misunderstand. It was you who impressed me.
Everybody can.
Really?
You didn't miss a step against Asogi, and we all know how capable he is. Really, to have matured into such a fine defense lawyer in less than a year is quite extraordinary.
It's very kind of you to say so. And really nice to hear.
What I saw in court today confirmed what I'd been hoping for. The favor I mentioned yesterday, Mr. Nerd. I trust you haven't forgotten.
Oh, no,
What was it?
you did mention something, didn't you?
He said, I need you to do me a favor. And then we were all like, and then he's like, oh, I gotta go.
We're all
And
like, death flag,
oh,
death flag.
no, he's gonna die.
And now
And then
Susato
he
won't let
didn't
him
die.
tell
He
us! Ah!
But first, we have something to report, Father.
Ah!
Oh boy.
Of course. Shall we take tea while we discuss matters further?
The tea is gonna
Hi,
kill him!
He is gonna kill him.
She poisoned the tea. If he dies from poisoned tea, fuck. She is alive.
I wonder where Judge Jigoku's got to.
He's dead.
An early grave.
Hey,
Not really.
Yujin, please tell me about Judge Jigoku. I haven't seen Judge Jigoku for a while, have you? He's not allowed to die. He's too handsome.
He's too hot to
Guilty.
But that guilty is still ringing in my ears.
No, now you mention it, I haven't seen him since this morning either.
No! Yujin!
Fuck.
Yujin!
Fuck. Hmm.
He's not important enough.
No, shut up!
We're all so fucking like paranoid.
About these two guys specifically.
We can't
These two
lose
were the best
Gregson
boys, and look.
and the hot
What?
judge.
If they're
our
gonna kill one
dad?
of them, it would be Mikotoba. It wouldn't be him.
Right.
I
No,
don't
'cause
believe
whoever-
that.
If Jigoku dies, then they could just blame it on Makotoba, and then we have to defend him next time, and that's also spicy. Both are
I
good.
don't want.
Both are bad.
Both are bad, but also good.
Shut up!
I suppose since the symposium's opening was postponed, you'll have gone to explore the great exhibition.
Ah.
That reminds me of something you mentioned yesterday. About Judge Jigoku having once been in the dock himself.
Ah, yes. It was all tied up with that accursed trial.
A closed trial of Kazuma's father.
Seishiro was trying to mitigate Genshin's guilt, so he took to the stand to testify. But he got a little carried away and, actually managed to break the witness stand.
Jesus
Oh my God.
Christ!
Oh, that's hot.
Yeah.
Holy
Yeah.
shit, man!
Your Honor, I'm guilty.
Just imagine Hot Judge at one of those shooting booths trying to get a plush toy at the exhibition.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
imagining
that's
with one of
what's
the
happening.
hammers now instead. I want to see that.
He's in uptown Britain somewhere.
He's. Wow.
Oh my!
Strong. This man is strong.
He also said some contemptuous words about the British Empire, for which he was charged.
Oh my God.
Based. Oh dear. Although it's worryingly easy to imagine him doing that.
Well, it was all right in the end. He was acquitted and we returned home to Japan together.
Except
Sure
our friend
did.
died.
Oh, thank goodness.
Oh yes, talking of Seishiro. I have a copy of the photograph we all took together here yesterday. Please.
Oh no.
Oh
Why
no.
do we
I
need
need
it?
Why
this
do
to
we
go into
need
evidence.
this?
It's going
Why
into
do-
evidence.
I'll put
It's
it-
going into evidence.
Why do we need
What is
this?
here? What is here? What is on people's bodies? What's going on?
Maybe we don't know the significance of this picture yet.
Mm-hmm.
All I can think of that seems noteworthy are like the fan in Eugen's hand,
Yeah.
and like the
suitcase.
the suitcase, and also the thing on the tie buttons on Eugen and Seshira, like the
The
I don't know if
emblems.
that like
Could be.
the emblems, yeah.
Can we talk about how fucking just cute Susato looks? Just
Mm-hmm.
man, what a delight.
I adore her.
Me and Asuke's sweating.
Oh yeah,
He's
he's not good at
Nervous
taking
boy, yeah.
pictures.
yeah.
This is
Maybe he's
Susato,
also trying to
by
note
the way.
that fucking Seshiro is a very large man.
He's
Directly behind him.
So fucking. He's so tall.
There's something about trying to fit into a small space, and we're like,
Or the body is so fucked up, we only can really tell the height.
Shut the fuck
Can't tell
up.
the identity.
Shut the
Christ,
fuck
maybe
up.
wouldn't do that.
Miles,
This could also-
please read your line.
Oh, I didn't realize this was me. Sorry, I didn't even think about it. Oh, what a lovely picture. Sorry, I literally didn't know it was me.
It could also just be
I was too
alibi.
busy.
Like, oh look, we were all here together at a time.
It certainly
metagaming.
seems
Oh, we
to
could get
shout.
that guy's testimony.
It certainly seems to shout, "We've arrived in Britain." A commemorative photograph's been entered into the court record.
Crazy. No! Rinnosuke frantically is trying to get it out of the court record. No! No! You're not. We're no!
Get out!
None of us had any idea what was coming when we took that, did we?
Ah!
No. No, that's so true.
So true, bestie.
I can still hear his voice. Father, do you know about the so-called Reaper of the Bailey?
I've heard rumors. Some members of the judiciary explained it all to me yesterday. Of course, when I was a visiting student here in London, the Reaper was yet to emerge.
Right, he didn't appear until after that case when the visiting students had already returned home.
Lord Van Zeeks, who was in the dock yesterday. Today. That was Baroque, the younger brother of Clint Van Zeeks, I believe.
I've just noticed the man behind the counter in the back, and I love that haircut and mustache choice.
He's been here the whole time.
That's right. And he's known throughout London as the Reaper, as you've heard. But the truth is, it wasn't him behind all those mysterious deaths. It was somebody else.
I see. So what you're saying is, there's been a professional killer at work here.
Exactly. Someone by the name of Asa Shin, in fact.
I beg your pardon?
Weird.
On facing Eugen.
Did you say Asa Shin? You mean that Giselle Brett woman who was responsible for killing my great friend, Professor John Wilson?
Oh god! Oh
Shit,
no!
shit, fuck.
Oh
What?
god! Protect me! No! Alpaca! Please,
I'm
stream.
fully doing that Michael Scott gif of him
Did
with...
Iris talk at all in the last thing?
Please
Not
enjoy.
really. She just kind of listened. She said
That
hi to
would,
him.
this would explain why.
Please,
Because we can do them in any order.
please enjoy the face of this alpaca while I hide in terror. Professor Mikotoba, I think perhaps we shouldn't discuss this right now.
Oh, do you think she fucking leaves Shasta after she hears this?
Yeah, if she heard this. I was
Yeah.
like,
Because the friend the professor is talking about is Dr. John H. Wilson. And that's not something we want Iris to find out about. Not like this, anyway.
How do you want her to find out?
Oh, God! Please tell me about the favor! Please tell me about the favor! So, you mentioned a favor that you'd like to ask me?
Well, this fateful trial that you're fighting, one way or another, it will be over before long.
That's ominous!
And when it is, I'd like you to accompany me back to Japan.
I don't think I can do that.
I don't think that's gonna happen.
You want me to do... what?
What?
Father, what's the meaning of this?
Now, Susato, you should understand. You've seen how our courts work firsthand. Japan's judicial system is in its infancy, especially when it comes to defense.
Oh, you mean...
The Supreme Court of Judicature is in desperate need of a good defense lawyer. That felt good to know. As soon as possible. Really, quite urgently, in fact.
But... not even been in London a year yet.
This is such bullshit.
I've read all of Sasato's reports. I'm well aware of your extraordinary talents. And having seen you in action with my own eyes earlier today, there's no question. You, Naruhodo, are precisely the man our country needs.
Trithus would like us to hydrate.
Like a 2
good, I
minutes
just got
after I
drink.
finish my last water.
Mm-hmm.
It'll wait.
Oh, we'll be leaving then, Runa.
But then, what am I supposed to do, Father? Just to leave to go get water.
No,
Yeah, I think so.
it shifted about loudly.
You came here to serve as Asogi's judicial assistant.
Oh, yes. She's supposed to be Kazuma's assistant.
Are you saying she should... Our government is still in the process of deciding how best to deal with this situation, though. You've always chosen your own path, Susato. And I trust your judgment. In this matter also.
Father!
Please, the pair of you, don't look so downcast.
Trithus thought he had me. But joke's on him, I have 2 drinks on my desk, so I could still hydrate. Haha!
It's merely a suggestion, you understand. A hope, if I'm honest, but I won't force you. All I ask is that you consider it, and come to a decision by the time this trial concludes.
I've already decided I'm not going!
Yeah, what the fuck?
Okay, we'll consider it a little bit longer.
Yes. Alright.
You won't leave, will you, Runa?
Nah, you're good. You're good. You're good, Iris. We're here.
I'd rather leave than sort of have to face this issue head on.
The thought hadn't even crossed my mind. Up until now, I've just been trying to do what I believed to be Kazuma's will. But it turns out that he's still alive. So, where does that leave me? Oh, I thought that was ending the scene, and I was like, we have a whole nother conversation to have.
which we successfully avoided.
Up until this point.
I am going to go get some more beverage though, because I did finish my second beverage with that hydrate.
Good, I get to go get water.
So,
I also gotta pee. I'll be back.
short break.
I'm ready to make everyone cry.
Good. Fuck off.
I've done it before. I'll do it again. This case is the case of my girls crying.
My girl's becoming traumatized.
Woohoo!
Because it's Ace Attorney, it's Shu Takumi Ace Attorney, and small girls aren't allowed to have living parents.
Yeah.
Which means Mikotoba's next.
And I'm the main villain? Twice? This is just my day. Welcome to Alex Day, where everything's coming up me. It's like the trauma. Stephen Colbert's on Critical Role tonight.
Whoa, that's cool. Fuck.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, like actual Critical Role. That's pretty sick.
He's an
experienced.
There's a clip from from his show where he's played D&D with Matt.
Yeah. He does like a solo one shot with Max. With Max.
Max, guy.
My mom.
Stephen Colbert is on Critical Role.
My mom continues to call Max Matt, and I think I just turned it around.
I thought for a second, my brain didn't quite comprehend the impossibility for a second when Levi corrected to my mom. I was like, your mom was on Critical Role?
Oh my god, I can't imagine my mom playing D&D. It was so hard to explain to her how it works in the first place.
Oh, they're playing Campaign 2 characters.
Oh, it's like a special.
Yeah, oh yeah, there's only 4. I mean, there's only 3 players.
I thought it would be like, fuck, dude, I kind of want to see that.
From what I know about this, I think they did like a vote somewhere, of what they wanted to do, what the audience wanted them to do with Stephen Colbert, like people from the first campaign, how many people were, I think they did like a series of polls, and that's what I think that's what happened. So it was audience chosen, how it turned out, I think.
Pretty sick of Colbert to do it.
Oh yeah, he's also the biggest Lord of the Rings nerd maybe in the history of the world.
Yeah.
He has a nearly encyclopedic knowledge of Lord of the Rings. It's unbelievable.
He's really dressed up too. Everyone else is just kind of wearing normal clothes. He's got a makeup scar over his eye. His hair's all fucked up. He's wearing this old shirt.
Dude goes hard.
I want to see him on Actually now with Lord of the Rings.
And he's like,
yeah,
dude,
get Stephen Colbert on Actually!
With the Lord of the Rings themed Long Actually? Actually? With Brennan? Wait, Brennan knows that shit. Brennan's gotta know that shit, right?
Oh, Brennan is also a huge...
Oh my god, I want Brennan versus Stephen Colbert. Holy shit.
Did you guys see that time that someone went on his show and was like, I'm gonna ask you, name one of this thing? And Stephen Colbert's like, you underestimate me. Do you mean this guy, the Lord of this, or this other guy? God, and he lists 7 people and all of their titles while getting increasingly loud and building. And he's like, do you what do you think of me? Hello. It's fucking amazing. Did you speak unrelated? Did you guys see that Paul Rudd managed to do the Mac and Me thing to Conan O'Brien on Conan O'Brien's fucking podcast?
No, I don't know what the Mac and Me thing is.
So for the last 20 years, Paul Rudd had been going on Conan O'Brien's various shows and I'm gonna show a clip of my movie, and shows the scene from Mac and Me where the kid in the wheelchair falls off the cliff. He's done this at least a dozen times maybe, and he keeps doing it. And Conan O'Brien keeps talking to his crew, being like, we can't keep doing this, guys. and he keeps doing it.
You can't keep getting away with it.
You can't keep getting away with this. And so Paul Rudd came on to Conan O'Brien's podcast, and there's no visual. Like,
And he
they're
makes
doing a
up-
podcast.
He makes up this whole fucking wild story about him doing like a project for Audible with like some like of like his close like other like very notable actors who like could conceivably be working on this project with him. It's like this whole like 5 to 10 minute of him talking about this thing, building it up, making it seem believable, and then he's like, I've got a clip of it that we can play. And the red flag here should have been that Conan didn't know about the clip. Didn't know about this.
Right, because it's his own podcast.
Right,
He
it's
wouldn't-
his own podcast.
It's not like a crew. Yeah.
And so he plays
Oh my god, but
it.
he fell for it hook, line, and sinker.
Oh yeah,
He was so invested.
He was so
And
invested.
they actually pointed out that someone on the crew had turned a computer that isn't normally turned, so he could see the clip of Mac and me. it's like there's a camera, there's one off camera that's been turned. Oh my god, it's so fucking funny.
It's fantastic.
And Conan's just like,
And
you
it's been,
can't.
it's been like literally like 20 years.
He's
It's
like-
amazing.
He's like, you can't. This joke doesn't work. This is a podcast. You can't do this to me. This is an audio medium, Paul. You can't do this.
So bad.
Oh,
That's
it's
brilliant.
so funny. Anyway, who wants to be sad now?
Alright, now that we've had our
Yay!
moment of levity.
Oh, just a reminder, Mac and Me is a McDonald's movie.
Yep,
What?
it is.
The title.
It was sponsored by McDonald's.
Huh.
So they could make Big Mac and Me jokes.
I think they actually go to McDonald's in the movie. I think. It comes up.
I hate.
Very weird.
Shaz, that sucked. I hated it. Thank you.
I thought everyone was thinking it.
What is
I
that?
figured.
I mean that's it's Mac. It's like McDonald's. Like that's the bit. Like that's the name of the movie.
I know.
Right? Like
Oh, right.
like I didn't laugh because I'm like, yeah, that's
I
it.
know. The phrase and the inflection was funny. Thank you. I was trying.
There's a dance in the number in the McDonald's. Yes. No, this is not a musical.
Great.
Oh, shit. Yes. Sorry. Okay. Let's tear our hearts in two. Fuck yeah. I've got those cookies that have frosting on them for emotional support.
Ooh.
Ah, I just remembered something.
The Loft
Little
House
animal cracker ones.
cookies? Oh. No.
No, like
that's
the animal cracker ones
the
with like a little
frosted
frosting on the
the
outside.
frosted animal crackers.
With their little flower shaped rings from Trader Joe's.
I ate raw sugar cookie dough because I didn't know that was a thing I could do, but the package that I bought from the store was like safe to eat raw, and I was like, I'd never considered eating raw sugar cookie dough, but I will now. But it could be. Tony, what do you want me to sing?
He wants you to make this a musical.
Oh, God. Biscuits. This hotel has the most delicious looking biscuits. It does, that does actually feel like the beginning line of, like, a musical number.
Yeah.
And especially one that is exactly what Isato is trying to do right now, which is distract Iris.
Mm-hmm.
This hotel has the most delicious looking biscuits. I almost said this biscuit has the most delicious looking hotels.
That was rather out of the blue.
That was out of the blue.
She's doing this deliberately.
She has tact.
What have I done? This is what you asked for, isn't it?
I think I'll go see if I can purchase some.
I'm not gonna keep doing it because it'll get very annoying. But
I'd be willing to keep doing it.
But now I want to.
Let's talk about trauma while singing.
It's terrible.
I wonder, would you like to come too, Iris?
Oh, I'm good.
Oh, yes! You just tried to leave me behind.
Oh, good. Oh, thank God. Oh, we're not doing this
No!
right now. Oh, thank God. Oh, God.
So that young girl.
Thank goodness.
It's called Iron.
Wilsis.
Iron Wilsis.
All time for Eugen to
He
fuck it
does
up.
have an iron will. This.
It's called. God damn it.
It's called Iris Wilson, is she?
Yes, that's right.
Guys, stop. You're making me laugh too hard, chat.
Iris
And
Willis.
she's the author of all those adventure stories starring the great detective Sholmes.
Iris Wilson, as we all know, is voiced by Bruce Willis. This is a Christmas game.
His last role, he just retired.
Yeah, he did.
He did?
Damn.
Good for him.
Yeah, he retired. He was having some health issues, and so he stepped away from acting.
But the name of the credited author isn't Iris, is it? It's Dr. John H. Wilson.
Yes, I know. That's the name of her father, you see.
Of a father.
This wasn't in the sixth.
Yes, he was.
Yes, he was.
Yes, he was, Matt.
Yes, he was.
You were correct the first time, Nat. You were correct the first time.
Oh, man. The doubt. Oh. No, Nat, I understand. I've also done similar things. It's okay.
We're all stalling.
Her father,
We don't want to know.
Dr. John H. Wilson. I was deeply indebted to the man for all the kindness he showed me during my time in London. That's why I was keen to reciprocate and invite him to the Imperial Yume University 4 years ago.
Damn, just like Mikotaba left Iris.
Iris.
Wilson left, or
And also,
like Mikotaba left Susato.
Yeah.
Wilson
and Genshin left
Iris,
Kazuma.
And Genshin left Kazuma.
Everyone here's leaving their kids
Whatever.
behind.
All these dads just leaving their children.
Let's go study law.
Jakoku, are you a daddy?
Where's Rinosuke's dad? Did he leave too? But he was murdered last year. By Giselle Brett. Why? Why would the Hand of the Reaper stretch all the way to Japan? Trithus, I want you to think about that. And think about the very first adoptive father we encounter in Ace Attorney. And tell me you still stand by that statement. Tell me you stand by that.
That took me a second.
I honestly also, my first thought was that it was Phoenix.
Yeah, that was-
And no, it's not.
There are quite a few.
Going up to every judge and saying, "Are you my dad?"
Insight.
Just like Gorgug. I mean, for all intents and purposes, Von Carmo is Edgeworth's adoptive father. He wasn't a good one, but he was. Iris knows nothing about that case, but it seems very likely that the victim, Dr. Wilson, was her father.
Well, I can't say that we ever spoke about his family, so I don't know if he had a daughter or not.
Jesus.
But I think I can say with some certainty that he was never the great detective's partner.
What?
I'm sorry?
It really was just somebody with a
me?
different name? With the same name?
No.
Bro.
Are
Please.
you fucking kidding me?
No. What?
Yes,
Oh
please.
my god, what a... Oh, please, that's so juicy.
And that means the John H. Wilson written about in that note can still be there somewhere.
He could still
Yeah,
be
it means
somewhere.
we don't know who John H. Wilson is yet.
Which is why we've
Please.
just like, that's why narratively we've just kept pushing it out. What the fuck?
Because they have to, like, sort of justify not breaking her heart and then give it... Fuck.
What?
That would explain... That... Huh.
What?
This is interesting because I'd always assumed that the reason why Sherlock was on the boat in the first place.
Was because of Wilson.
Yeah.
But it maybe wasn't.
Do you think she killed the wrong Wilson?
Because what are the fucking chances, right, that there are two John
Two
Wilsons
different John Wilsons.
in Japan
Two
in Tokyo at the
different
same fucking time?
John Wilson.
Yeah. Yeah.
Two different,
Two
like, Dr. John H. Wilson,
different
right?
Dr. John H. Wilson. That, honestly, please let that be it, because that's spectacular.
Oh, that's good.
That's so good, if true. Big if true,
Oh
and
my
I
god,
will love it.
please.
That's, God, so good. Just the constant anguish and, like, agony and anxiety about telling this 10-year-old child we think her dad's dead, and it was all for nothing because he's not. Yet. We find the actual John H.
That's
Wilson
the next case.
dead next case.
Jigoku killed John H. Wilson.
God. So,
God, they would fucking pull that shit, wouldn't they?
it could have been another Dr. Wilson, you think?
Fucking Misty Faye.
That's what I
Well,
was saying.
John and Wilson are both common names after all.
That's what I said that, didn't I? said that.
You probably did, yeah.
I
I think
said
the
that.
game said that too.
Yeah, I think the game did too, and I thought we were like, you guys are fucking idiots.
No, I agree.
Like,
They
were
really
like,
do
we're
lay
not
on
gonna tell
thick
her
that,
the
like,
truth.
this is Iris's dad. Like, they really hit you with it a couple of times. Like, if this is something that it is like the case, they absolutely were baiting us into thinking it, right? Like, it's
Yeah.
So like, it's awesome.
This game makes me crazy. I love it so much. Hi, QWERTY.
Still, it's probably best not to mention this to the young lady until we can be sure.
Yeah, I mean, especially if the John Wilson that Makotaba was friends with and talked to never mentioned having a family? Or working with Sherlock Holmes? Like, it'd be pretty weird for him to never mention either of those things.
Especially considering it's an international publication,
Right,
right? Like, it's well enough known that that Susato reads it.
right. And Mikotaba reads it too.
True.
I mean, has it
No,
been
does he?
published for that long? Is the question.
I guess.
I mean, it was definitely being published while Wilson was in Japan.
That's true.
This is wild.
I don't fucking know, man.
This is nuts.
That's what we thought. Yes. Ah! want cinnamon
Susato,
biscuits.
you didn't fucking stall long enough, Susato.
Ooh, they smell delicious, Iris.
I want a cinnamon biscuit.
I want cinnamon biscuit.
I think cinnamon will go very well with the tea they serve here, don't you, Susie?
At this point, my tea is literally like iced tea. Like it is cool and it's actually delicious. But yes, I'm sure you're right, Iris. Sorry, I'm back so quickly. She was very excited to bring you back biscuits.
It's fine.
Well, if you'll all excuse me now,
Time to die.
I need to telegram Governor Ministers and the Japanese police with this information about Asa Shin.
I absolutely did read that. Hear that as Governor Menendez, and I'm like, what? Of course, Father. Thank you.
I look forward to next month's installment, Miss Wilson.
Oh, good. And please do come to Baker Street sometime, won't you? We'd love to entertain you.
Cocks a gun.
Pulls out a gun.
I would be delighted.
I am saying this under threat of force.
The best of luck for tomorrow, Naruhodo. And give my suggestion your full consideration, won't you?
Yes, I will. Going back home? Nah.
You know, Katsuma-sama has always meant a great deal to my father. I'm sure he'd love the chance to meet with him and talk to him about all of this.
Yes. No doubt. Who?
That
some-
sounded like
in the
the
background.
Herlock sad thing.
It does kind of seem like maybe it's Herlock.
We can
But-
try Herlock. Asa Shin. Of course! It's so obvious!
Yeah, it's a...
Oh, yeah.
How could I have neglected to consider the possibility before now?
Lost
Hey.
Shasta to gain back Sasha. Shasta.
Ah, Mr. Sholmes.
Really? Where have you been?
Right here! Why, I joined you all for tea, of course. What an extraordinary question.
I didn't notice you at all.
Which is wild considering
No
you
matter,
look
no
like
matter.
this.
Anyway, to more pressing concerns. Mr. Naruhodo.
I love his fox mask so much. Oh. Yes?
I must dispatch a telegram to your country at once. It is a matter of urgency.
I gotta bring back my boyfriend.
To Japan? You mean?
Tell me, to whom can I entrust the task? Quickly, now, who?
Didn't? Well... My father has just now left to send a telegram to the Imperial Police Bureau of Japan himself.
I see. Well, he looked reliable enough for a bearded fellow.
What?
What?
I don't think what father sports could be considered a beard, Mr. Sholmes.
He just
A
has a,
and B, why don't you trust people with beards?
he just one, it's a mustache. Two, what the fuck?
What are you
Unless he's
talking
Sergeant Goku.
Yeah, it sounds like you might be talking about Jigoku.
There's not a moment to lose. Kindly ask your trusty unshaven father to see this is sent.
But it would be weird if we saw Jigoku.
He thinks that Jigoku is... Yeah, it would be weird.
Yeah.
We have, like, Yujin
I will,
specifically
but-
said we haven't seen him since this morning.
Yeah.
He's gonna
What is
testify
it?
and say he has a beard and then show him the picture and be like, that's not my dad. This is my
No
dad.
questions at this time, if you please, Mrs. Sato.
What does it say?
All we can do is pray.
What the fuck are you talking about?
that for once, my deduction is awry.
For once.
Doesn't that imply your deductions are normally correct, Mr.
Now then.
Holmes?
You may be surprised to learn that I am a very busy man.
I am actually kind of surprised to know that.
Yeah, kind of a little bit. Yeah.
I certainly have no time to hide behind settees. Settees?
Setties, yeah.
Settees and
Like
eavesdrop
couches.
on other people's conversations.
I think
But you do that
I think that's exactly what you were just doing. You were just doing that. So that's what joining us for tea meant.
I leave the sending of this in your hands then, my dear fellows.
It doesn't
Yes.
say words.
Give it to us. Let us read it.
Goodbye. What?
Bye.
Wait a moment. Mr. Sholmes.
It's just Naruto sprinted away.
Yeah.
He just sort of ran off, didn't he? At quite a pace.
He did!
And left the unpaid bill for his tea behind, too.
He was drinking tea behind that settee?
I must catch up with father at the telegraph office at once.
No! Give it to us! Let us read it! I'll run and call us a cab straight away!
Oh, goodness.
No.
And there was me thinking everyone would be clamoring to pay Mr. Sholmes's bill. Great. No, we don't have it.
Damn it.
Where are we going? Where are we going?
Let's maybe try Vigil again.
Hmm.
Or we could go try to talk to Strongheart. I don't know why we want to talk to Strongheart.
Hello, Bobbies.
Hello.
That stool is broken. Was that broken before?
I don't remember.
I don't think so.
I can't look at it.
Okay, we can't look at it.
But that stool broke.
I guess it's not important.
It's
Yeah,
not
I don't think
important.
I don't think we're supposed. If we are coming back here at some point, I don't know.
It's
if
just a
important yet.
shitty. Alex, by the way, I was trying to think of this the other day because I've heard you rant about it, but I've forgotten which one it is. When they put the chalk line.
I know we've been over this.
No, I
They
want to check in with you.
They
is it,
do.
Is it they do
I
that?
fucking looked at it. It's.
They do
they
it
do
if
do
they
it.
die or if they live.
Okay.
It's something that happens that could be. It could happen regardless of if the person died or lived. It was done more frequently before, like, pictures could be taken of crime scenes.
I was because there's an instance in investigations where they're like the bodies are still there. But they've been. Yeah.
Him.
Anyway.
Them.
No arguments, Prosecutor Sergey. He will continue with the trial exactly as I instructed. Is that clear?
Oofa doofa.
Perfectly.
It's Kazuma-sama.
Defying Lord Strongheart by the sound of it. He never did know when to back down.
On your way now, Asogi.
My lord.
Yay! Hi. Kazuma. No! He left without saying a word. Damn it.
Yes? What are you doing here?
Oh, well, I was just hoping to ask you a few questions, if you wouldn't mind. Why, you don't let us look at him?
I wanted Van Zeek's trial concluded today.
Well, I can't help it if a man passes out in the courtroom and the judge fucking puts a hold on the trial, now can I?
But Prosecutor Asogi's unwelcome inquiries are going to make it take longer than necessary.
Unwelcome inquiries?
Yes, it's that word. As a result, I'm losing even more precious time.
I think the exact amount of time is happening that should be.
Currently 2 hours, 55 minutes, and 41 seconds. 42, 43.
Then you must resolve everything before 3 hours have passed, Mr. Naruhodo.
What? In a miraculous not even 5 minutes? Anyway, I can't let the man's obvious bad mood put me off. I need information. So you're going to talk to me because I said so, sir? Does Prosecutor Asogi believe that Lord Van Zeeks is the Reaper?
I wouldn't know.
Do you believe that Lord Van Zeeks is the Reaper?
It was 10 years ago, in a fateful closed trial, that Lord Van Zeeks made a name for himself among the judiciary. With the next trial he fought, he lost. It meant the ringleader of a criminal organization was acquitted, thanks to all the jurors being under duress.
Get new jurors. What? But that's awful.
The man's freedom was short-lived. It lasted just 3 days.
Yes, let me see. He died in a rock slide at his place of work, I believe.
Jesus.
Correct. That was the inauguration of the Reaper of the Bailey.
And people believed Lord Van Zeeks was responsible.
He was brought to trial himself, but it was shown to have been an accident.
So this isn't the first time Van Zeeks has been actually brought as a defendant.
Whoa. Yeah.
Interesting. So he must have had a solid alibi then.
Nevertheless, the mysterious deaths continued. In total, 16 persons perished in unusual circumstances, ostensibly at the hands of the Reaper. That's a long run of coincidences.
Well, the Reaper's true identity may well be revealed by this trial.
And the impact that revelation would have on the British public cannot be understated.
Is that why it's a closed trial?
Precisely. This country hasn't seen a closed trial for 10 years.
Cool. So the last one was the professors. The trial of Genshin Asogi.
Correct.
Actually, we heard that originally you were going to prosecute that trial yourself, Lord Strongheart.
Van Zeeks entreated me to relinquish the prosecution to him, that he might avenge his brother's death. And here we are 10 years later. With the son of the man Van Zeeks had condemned, now looking to avenge his father's death in the same way.
They do say what goes around comes around.
However, it would seem that the new young prosecutor is harboring some ulterior motive as well.
Customize.
I like my organizations to run smoothly in the exact manner that I prescribe. As with the giant clock here, I won't tolerate a single cog being out of step with the others.
He likes his murder machine to be immaculate. Ah, so that's what all these gears are about in here.
If the young man refuses to mesh with the other parts of my great machine, I'll be forced to take steps.
Words of an innocent man.
What do you mean?
Not something with which you need concern yourself.
I think I do need to be concerned. Sir?
In any case, all your questions will be answered tomorrow.
Okay.
Now, I shall have to ask you to excuse me.
Okay. Excuse you.
As of this moment, I've been delayed from attending my next meeting by precisely 3 hours.
That's not my fault.
Oh my! That is a long time.
And I hold you entirely responsible.
Even though we miraculously managed to fit everything into not even 5 minutes? I wonder if you might agree to us talking with Prosecutor Asogi?
Discussions between the defense and the prosecution outside of the courtroom are generally frowned upon. However, I will make an exception in this case, since you two are fighting. Now go! You can find him in his office.
Oh, thank you. He has his own office? Or is he using Zeke's office? I think he's using Zeke's office.
Let's go see him at once, Mr. Naruhodo.
It's now his office, I guess. Kazuma's my best friend in the world, but I'm really not at all sure I know how to talk to him at the moment.
Sounds pretty gay.
Sounds pretty gay. Actually.
Definitely does get, like, there is, like, kind of that rancid vibe, Miles, with that, like, the way his head, his, like, face is obscured, you know?
Oh shit, one of those dioramas.
Yeah.
What are they,
That's what I was
Those are so
laughing
cool.
about. That's what I was laughing about, because it's...
Pretty sweet.
Because they had one for the, they had a little
Yeah.
diorama
The
set up
Soseki
of
case.
the, yeah. But it was of the, exhibition, I thought, wasn't it? It was like a full, like... Or am I misremembering? Anyway, so... This is the office of Prosecutor Asogi now, is it? Oh! Hi, Susan.
Kazuma-sama is doing so well for himself.
Even though he's always forced to kneel on the floor, Japanese style, in that dark corner?
It just happened to sit Caesar? Caesar? Sorry?
Caesar.
Caesar?
Caesar.
Sit Caesar style whenever he's working.
He's over in the window brooding.
No talk, me angry.
Kazuma.
I thought it wouldn't be long before you paid me a visit, Ryunosuke.
God, this music sucks.
I was right about what I said, wasn't I?
Sorry?
That you have all the makings of a great defense lawyer.
Look at that Kazuma smile. Ah! There he is. Well, I always believed that you'd fulfill your dream of advocating in the British courts. I just never imagined for 1 second it would be as a prosecutor.
Seeing you stand in a foreign court, so gallantly realizing your dream, Kazuma-sama. I'm truly happy for you.
And I am truly thankful to you, Judicial Assistant Mikotoba. Ryunosuke. I always thought it would be fun for you and I to shake up the British legal system a little together. This isn't quite how I envisaged it, but I suppose it's just another twist of fate. I love that.
That's a good spray.
Yeah.
I've learnt a lot of things during my time in London. About how Susato-san's father was himself a visiting student here once, along with Judge Shigoku. And about what happened with your father.
And you'll have no difficulty understanding why I had no choice. Why I had to find a way to get to Britain as a visiting student myself.
I want to hear it from you, Kazuma.
As you wish, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Why did you say my full name?
It's the Von Karma adjacent instinct.
Anyway.
Because Francisco did that all the time.
Oh, she did. Lord Van Zeek's fine collection of hallowed chalices and bottles, all neatly lined up.
Yes, he's extremely particular about all that. He has a strict regime for everything, from the storage of the casks to the bottling of their contents.
Gosh, you must be having a really tough time of it being his apprentice.
Actually, no.
Oh?
He's so particular about it all, he refuses to let anybody else touch any of it.
This sprite is so funny.
So it's been quite easy for me, in fact.
Talk about weird. Why has the localization been so weird? That's so true. That's so weird.
I'm allowed to have my own quirks.
There's Lord Van Zeek's incredibly stylish desk.
Van Zeek's is...
Van Zeek's.
Not my style, though.
God, this sprite's so funny. No, I noticed you've been working at the little table on the floor, kneeling down Caesar style. I thought it was some kind of punishment set up by Lord Van Zeek's when I first saw it.
I find it the most comfortable way to work.
Yeah, you do. Sorry, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
What? On his knees?
So sorry.
Is that what you mean?
Yes, that's what I meant.
Something's going on in this office, and it smells like cum.
See, there's subtlety, and then there's...
Yeah, I was trying to
And then
be
there's-
subtle. Thanks, Alex.
You're welcome.
I can't do it. After a couple minutes of sitting with my legs folded under me, I start to go tingly. Hey, I have the same problem, Rinosuke. Thank you, Izzy. All of us need to hydrate.
I can teach you, it's fine.
Eh.
I don't think it'll help. My legs go all tingly.
No, it'll help.
Okay.
I did initially write Alelix, and I'm like, why does that look wrong?
Don't exaggerate, Runosuke. You both know you can't even manage a minute.
You're right.
Stop enabling us.
Stop. Stop it.
Sorry, that one got me.
Alex KMZ316 used add permitted term come.
Wow, only now? Just now we've permitted cum?
No, C,
Really?
capital C, capital U, capital M, exclamation point. Nobody's been
I see.
nobody's been this enthusiastic about it.
Nobody's
before.
been this forthright about cum.
Come.
Fucking shut up.
Alright.
Stop it.
No, this is great. Quality entertainment.
The point is Runosuke's a quick shot.
Oh, fuck.
No, that's not. No. That's not what's being implied here. The implication is that he can't be on his knees for a minute.
Yeah.
Means he's bad at head. That's the joke.
Gag reflex.
No, don't worry.
Do you know who the
Gag
man
reflex
in
on
the
the
portrait
knees of
is?
50-year-old.
Why would I?
What? To Lord Van Zeek's apprentice.
And he's hot? You mean you haven't asked about him?
Yes, apprentice, not friend.
Cosmo's only got eyes for one man. Come on.
And during the time I was suffering from amnesia, I didn't even notice that picture.
Oh. Really? I mean, it's not the smallest picture.
I wouldn't have the first idea what a man decorates his office with.
It's a pretty big painting. I just assumed you would have noticed it. I don't know. What the?
It's a scale model of the crime scene.
Oh. Yes, I realized that. Does the prosecution office make a model of the scene for every single case?
Apparently so.
They got one guy's really into arts and crafts.
Sometimes it helps to visualize things better, notice things you hadn't spotted before. Actually, the miniature notice board is my work.
Be honest. You enjoyed making that. That's really
He's proud of it.
That's really cute. Casks floor to ceiling, just like the last time we were here. Hallowed barrels, I suppose.
They're arranged according to vintage, flavor, and region.
Wow.
Every week, they're taken out and put back in order.
God damn. What? Every week?
Lord Van Zeeks can't seem to settle on the perfect way of arranging them, you see.
I love this weird character quirk of this man is just obsessed with his wine. Just obsessed.
And then also throws it all away during court.
And never, like, drinks any of it.
Vintage, flavor, and region don't neatly coincide. That's the trouble.
Gosh, being his apprentice must be a real challenge.
Actually, no.
Oh?
He considers the task too important to entrust to anybody else, so he does it entirely on his own.
That's why he's so fucking jacked.
Yeah.
So he's a barrel of laughs here and in court, then. Thank you.
Dude just spends all his free time doing this shit.
Ah! Where? Where?
Exo, where?
Where?
You disturbed the bats, did you? Fitting companions of Lord Van Zeeks, wouldn't you say?
Actually, I've seen things flying in Lord Strongheart's office too. Doves, I think?
Perhaps you have to like birds to attain rank in the judiciary, yeah.
Bats aren't birds.
Bats aren't birds, I know. Oh no, bats aren't birds, of course, if you just let me finish.
No, you said the line already, Levi. Bats aren't birds, I know. How about a sparrow for you?
What's that supposed to mean?
Oh, nothing. Sorry, just thinking out loud. No, sparrows are cute. You're cute. And you seem to fit in. Kazuma. This is your armband.
Actually, I think it's yours now.
No. Sorry?
You're the defense lawyer. You have a talent for it. I've always known that you would. And now you've chosen to take that path in life.
I'm gonna cry for real.
As your friend, I couldn't be happier for you. Or more proud.
Kazuma?
So you keep hold of that. Besides, I'm a prosecutor now. That armband would have no meaning for me.
Well, if you're sure. Thank you, my friend. Just like fucking blows his nose into Kazuma's little floof. Hey, look at this photograph. Kazuma, what do you make of this?
There's only one place where defense lawyers and prosecutors should discuss evidence. The courtroom.
Just wanted to show you a cool photo that I took with...
Business only.
Okay.
Pleasure later.
But what
So it
about-
seems you're still confused by the situation.
But right now...
I said later.
I get the feeling my friend's always going to have the edge over me, isn't he? Anyway.
No, are you in the Sogi making out?
Just with their eyes.
Is that what making out is?
They are absolutely... Anyway. It's getting on for a year now, since what happened on the SS Varia. were heading across the oceans from Japan to Great Britain. When a bizarre series of coincidences led to those tragic events.
Oops.
I thought I'd lost my best friend forever.
I must have been unconscious for a long time. When I awoke, I was lying in a bed. It was a narrow little room. There was a posy of flowers by the pillow. It took me a little while to realize that I was in the cabin of a ship. I slipped out of the room and headed up onto the deck.
You were already suffering from amnesia at that point.
Yes. I didn't know what had happened or where I was. There was just this voice in my head. You have something you have to do. Something no one else can know about. Go to Great Britain. Your task awaits you there. Actually, I should say that in fucking Japanese. Whatever. And by Japanese, I mean American.
It's fine.
It was a calling I couldn't ignore. It compelled me relentlessly. Out on the deck, I saw that I was on a large steamship and we were docked in a large port.
It must have been Hong Kong.
Yes, it must have been. Presumably just before they were due to carry your body off the ship.
I had no idea of the situation, but I did have the feeling that this was in some way my last chance. So I concealed myself among the disembarking passengers and went ashore. Then I disappeared into the crowded streets of that foreign port city. So I could plan my onward journey to Great Britain. Just under a year ago, with all my past memories lost to me, I was left behind in Hong Kong. Everything was foreign to me. The sights, the sounds, the smells. My head reeled. I was truly at a loss. I realized now that I'd escaped as a dead man. With nothing but the clothes on my back. No money, of course.
Oh, how terrifying for you.
Luckily enough, I had two feathers in my cap.
One being your
Oh.
Fuck off. One being your knowledge of English, I suppose.
That's right. And on the back of that, I was able to pick up some work as a deckhand on a cargo ship. Eventually, after calling at countless ports, I finally arrived at Dover. That must have been some 3 months ago now.
God damn.
Jesus.
It's
Yeah,
like
the
8
fuck?
months working on fucking cargo ships, trying to get to Great Britain. No wonder he's jacked as hell. More formidable tenacity of purpose showing itself again. I mean, the man had lost his memory and had literally nothing to his name. But he still managed to make his way to London on the opposite side of the world.
Of course, I had no idea why I'd moved heaven and earth to get here at that point.
So, how did you end up becoming Lord Von Zieks' apprentice then?
That can only be called an extraordinary stroke of luck, really. You see, I was stopped at the border because I had no papers. They took me straight to Scotland Yard. Ah! Sorry,
What
there's a spider in my hair. Fuck, it's falling down the wall. Oh, hi, buddy. Hi. Fuck.
Kill it.
Shit. Fuck.
I come
Smack
back in
it.
just in time to hear Levi go operatic. What happened?
Hold on a sec, guys. Hold on,
There's a
okay?
spider.
Just give me a sec, alright?
Oh
Just give me a sec.
my God.
Oh.
God, Tony, you can clip. You can do it. I believe in
Clip.
you.
Everyone has the access to clip.
Oh, anybody.
Get that flippy floppy and hit smash
I've got
it.
time. I can clip.
All right,
Mhm.
clip that flippy floppy.
That was me in the car at 4 a.m. trying to drive Molly to the airport.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot about that.
There was a spider in the car. Shasta didn't come because she does not like getting up early, which is understandable. So it was just like me, Miles, Molly, and Levi in the car. Levi was in the passenger seat, and there was a spider that we saw getting in, and we're like, oh, fuck, we're gonna have to deal with that later. And then it was crawling on my arm while I was driving, and I just full on screamed. Just like completely lost. And then it like, I struck my hand and so it disappeared again. And then like a few minutes later, it was crawling up the window next to Levi, and he fucking murked it with a shoe.
Nat says it's got 8 legs versus Levi's 4. I think he's outnumbered.
Levi has 4. I think Nat meant to say limbs, but has to run with it now. I spooked it and it crawled like behind the frame of a painting, like not behind, like into it, like onto the painting, and then behind like the, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
And it's just there now, and I could see it if I like looked, but like, you know, I think if we just mind our own separate businesses, you know,
You'll be fine.
I'll be a patron at its spider donut store at another point, you know, and it will be fine.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up, Trithis. You piece of shit. I gotta tell you, the reason why I got really spooked was that I have a lamp that points at my ceiling, to like not like be in my face, and so the spider crawled down towards where the lamp was pointing up. So the shadow that it had made it look like 3 times as big, like as long, and that's why I went, because like what the fuck is that crawling down my wall? Jesus Christ. Anyway, it's hidden. I spooked it.
So
It spooked me.
good.
Everything's fine. Everything's fine. I'm Cosmo, and and if
And
I'm in
I'm
character, I'm not
fine.
scared of spiders. I'm fine. Everything's
Cosmo squishes.
spiders are my friends.
Cosmo squishes all the bugs. He's the bug squisher.
Ryu is definitely terrified of spiders.
Oh God, yes.
Yeah. I'm like looking at the spot where I know it's hiding. Alright. And by sheer coincidence, Lord Strongheart was there to attend a meeting. That's when the second feather in my cap came into play.
Would that have been your knowledge of the law?
Yes, exactly. Lord Strongheart was curious about an Easterner with intimate knowledge of British law. He took me back with him to the Supreme Court and assigned me to the prosecutor's office.
And then 9 days ago. Ooh. You finally got your memory back after the trial involving Trevor.
Yes, I did.
Ever since I first met you at Yume, you talked about your dream.
Mark my words, Ryunosuke. I'll be chosen as a visiting student and make my way to Great Britain someday.
Did you know the entire time about what happened to your father here?
"16 years ago. my god.
Oh.
When my father left on that exciting trip to Great Britain, I was just a boy.
Look at the boy. He's so small. He's so cute. Oh, baby. Look at how
Little boy.
hot his dad is. Look at that DILF. Genshin Asogi, certified DILF.
We took a photograph together the day before his departure. It's my last memory of him.
Aww.
But what I remember the most about my father is his unswerving sense of justice.
His dad's where he got
Unswerving is
the
an interesting word to use.
fucking wind blowing trait.
Yeah, you can see it. 6 years after that, he left. 6 years after he left, a gentleman called our family home. He told me that Genshin, my father, had been taken ill in England and passed away. It was Professor Mikotoba, your father, Susato-san.
Oof.
Oh my!
Got a very bad case of the dead.
Ever since then, the professor was very good to me. He even helped to find my university education at UMA. Fund my university education at UMA. I'll be forever in his debt. But nevertheless, I just couldn't bring myself to believe what he had told me.
Oh.
Then one day, a letter arrived at our house from Britain. There was no indication of the sender, so I opened it, assuming it was from an old acquaintance of my father. What I read in that letter changed my entire life.
What did it say?
It said that my father had been a mass murderer. Mass murderer. And the writer cursed the Asogi name.
Oh no.
As a result of that letter, I found out what had been hidden from me all these years. Presumably the letter was sent from a relative of one of the victims. Events. If whoever it was had been a member of the judiciary, he could have been present at the closed trial. The letter revealed that my father had been sentenced to death, executed for being a killer.
I'm so sorry you had to find out that way.
I imagine the British government did its very best to silence whoever sent that letter. But someone who knew the truth and couldn't bear the resentment was always going to be a problem.
But still, it could have been written by anyone. Why would you believe such a thing?
There was a newspaper cutting included with the letter. It was the first I'd ever heard of the professor and his terrible killing spree.
Well, what did my father have to say about the letter?
I couldn't bring myself to show it to him.
What? Oh, why not?
Because he deliberately concealed the truth from me by telling me my father was taken by mental illness. By fatal illness. Jesus Christ, I'm sorry guys, because I'm tired. That couldn't have been easy for him, and he'd done it out of consideration for my feelings. So instead, I showed the letter to Judge Jigoku. Oh, interesting.
Ah. to the other visiting student?
He faltered for the briefest of moments, but then he just flapped the letter off. But in that moment, I saw it on his face. He was undeniably shocked, shaken momentarily, before recovering his poise.
Oh.
A year later, my bereaved mother succumbed to the strain of grief, and she too passed away. That's when I made up my mind that one day, without fail, I would cross the seas to Britain and seek the truth for myself. The truth about my father, Genshin Asogi. And I wouldn't let anyone stand in my way.
Oh, Kazuma-sama.
It's okay, Selphie. I'm not okay either.
What we learned today in court turned things completely on their head. It was an impressive piece of lawyering. Yurinosuke Naruhodo.
Lord Van Zeeks isn't the Reaper, you know. I almost don't want to believe it myself, but it turns out that Inspector Gregson himself, the victim, was...
It's clear that the inspector was behind the Reaper's activity all along.
What? You mean you knew?
The real question is, who's been giving orders to the inspector? Yes, Baroque Van Zeeks is the real Reaper.
No.
And I know that 10 years ago it was him who decided my father must be a mass murderer and sent him to his grave.
No, he was merely seeing that justice was done as the law dictates. He's not to blame.
Ultimately, it's people who condemned people. The law is just a tool that they use to do it. And when a man condemns another, he must take responsibility for his actions. Of course he must. But I know for certain that my father would never have taken another man's life.
Kazuma.
On the contrary, my father's life was taken by the Reaper.
That I believe. That's true. That's a true statement. Ah! Anyway. See you in court, boyfriend. Alright,
Alright, bye.
Alright, bye. Love you. Mwah.
I love you too.
Good, he's here now.
Finally. We had to have the Cosmo conversation first, specifically.
Or...
This is the water Mr. Vigil was brought, apparently.
To be frank, I'm a little worried about seeing him again. Okay, here he is.
Lawyer. Hello again. Are you feeling better now, Mr. Vigil? I have to talk to myself quite a bit.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Somewhat better.
I'm so sorry to have caused you to... I mean, it was because of me. I hadn't exposed your secret and forced you to remember things you obviously tried to forget.
Prosecutor was here until a few moments ago, too. You just missed him.
What? Huh?
I have no idea how that works out.
That's not how this works. Yeah, what?
It's ouchie.
I see.
She's just suddenly here.
It's right there. I see we
Kazuma
finished
talks quick.
Kazuma.
He said that on purpose.
Oh, Kazuma beat us to it. Damn, we shouldn't have stopped for more biscuits.
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, that's what happened.
We stopped for more cinnamon biscuits.
He said much the same as you. He was very apologetic.
No.
Why did I the fucking...
Why are you here?
What the fuck? I'm tired. I'm sorry.
It is funny. We went. I realized we in order we went because I did the testimony, and then we went and talked to Shasta at the hotel, and then went to talk to Alex at the thing, and then you talked to Levi at the prosecutor's office, and now we're back to me again.
We did a nice round.
Yeah.
Right? We did a whole round.
We did a whole circle.
Yeah.
He said very much the same as you. He's very apologetic. I'm just trying to make this man very sad.
Yeah, do it. He's terrible.
The truth is, I put all of this on myself.
At least you acknowledge it.
I fucked up big time.
Please, don't think like that. Ryu says don't blame yourself. Molly says you fucked up.
Keeping it from Evie, my wife, all these years, I carry such a sense of guilt.
See, he's wearing a ring. He's wearing that, like, red stone ring.
He is wearing the ring.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, nice catch.
Yeah.
That's not the worst of it. Over time, I obviously came to deceive myself as well. You mean about your dismissal? Looking back now, I'm beginning to think that perhaps Inspector Gregson didn't stumble across me by accident at all. I mean, he compensated me so generously for acting as his stand-in. He was clearly concerned for my well-being and doing what he could to help.
So perhaps Gregson knew exactly what had become of Mr. Vigil all along, then.
I'm sure this is just desserts for 10 years of lies and deception.
Just
but...
deserts.
Oh, it is just deserts. Sure, this is just deserts for 10 years of lies and deception, but...
Today I learned...
What?
What?
Is it...
No, it is just desserts. There's a typo.
Oh,
Yeah.
he fucked it. Or
Oh,
he fucked
yeah.
it. Okay. Okay.
It's just a type, like, desserts is 2 S's. The phrase is just desserts, but they spelled it
Got
wrong.
it.
Or they're gonna point it out and he fucked it up.
Or he fucked it up.
It wasn't me that helped the professor escape all those years ago. It wasn't me. I swear it. I swear it's true. Oh, Mr. Vigil.
I'm sure you'd rather not dredge up even more from your past at this time. But, if possible, could you tell us exactly what really happened?
I want to. I need to get all this off my chest. I just want someone to tell me what I should have done.
I mean, you should have told your wife. I mean, that's the first order of business, but I don't know. That's just me.
Inspector Gregson was obviously engaged in a special operation of some sort. He was investigating something that even Scotland Yard couldn't know about.
Details of the Reaper's marks. Yes.
It's when we had to carry out those investigations that I would take his identification and impersonate him.
You pretend to be the inspector and carry out investigations on his behalf.
Oh no, never! A common street peddler couldn't possibly carry out a proper police investigation. All I would do is go to the special location and make a little hoo-ha. Word choice, fun, that's a way to say it.
Hoo-ha.
Just something to leave an impression that everyone there would think a detective called Gregson was here. So, that's what you were doing on the day prior to the incident? Yes, he asked you to make an appearance at a park on Lime Street for the Red-Headed League event. So as usual, I flashed the inspector's identification around and was very vocal about my presence.
But then you were taken prisoner by those red-headed fraudsters.
Yes,
So
it was really weird.
Iris was here.
you
I got jumped by one tall guy, red-headed guy, and then a different short red-headed guy at once. It was really, really bizarre.
It was traumatizing.
Something out of a nightmare.
So you would always.
Ooh,
make-
Travis, good point.
What's that?
His shirt is like black and white prison stripes.
Oh.
Damn.
Prisoner of circumstance. Good comment. Like, good idea. Fuck yeah.
So you would always make a point of showing Gregson's identification and generally being loud?
That's what the inspector told me to do, yes.
Well, that's one way of becoming a legendary detective, I suppose. Not a good one, though.
And as you know, I suffered this bruising around my neck at their hands. But the following day, they kept their word and released me.
Without returning the inspector's identification to you, however.
We had arranged to meet in the Fresno Street Room at 5 that day so I could report back to the inspector.
That's what the mark in his calendar, his planner book was.
At the agreed time, that's when I heard the gunshot. It was midnight on the 17th June, 10 years ago. That was the scheduled time for the execution.
But the professor's execution never actually took place, did it?
Or rather, the execution itself must have been used to effect the plan of escape. I hardly dare to imagine what a chilling plan it was. Berkeley was renowned for being the highest security prison in the whole country. Everything that went in or out of the place was searched multiple times. But there was one notable exception. Or rather, one notable loophole. Something that was never questioned.
I have a feeling I know what that loophole was now. The coffins into which the bodies of the executed convicts were placed. Correct?
Yes. once the coroner had confirmed the death of a condemned convict. The body was taken in its coffin for immediate burial in Lowgate Cemetery just behind the prison. The chief warder first had to sign the necessary papers. And after that, no member of staff was permitted to touch the coffin containing the body again. When executions took place... Sorry, I'm really sleepy.
Sophie
I didn't
wants
sleep
you
last
to
night.
stretch.
Ugh.
So stretch. Sophie
Oh,
said,
I need it.
Sophie said stretch.
Oh. When executions took place, only the executioner and the coroner were permitted inside the chamber. I would wait in the adjacent room for word that the condemned convict was dead. On that occasion, once I had the confirmation, I went into the mortuary to find a lone coffin, as usual. Procedure was that I would sign the paperwork having checked the coffin, then nail it shut. But for some reason that day, the coffin was already nailed shut.
Oh.
No. I didn't think anything of it at the time. I assumed that my deputy must have checked the coffin and nailed it shut before I arrived.
So, you mean the coffin contained...
Yes, I can only imagine that Asogi, having escaped his execution somehow, was alive inside the coffin. The coffin was then taken out to the main gate and deposited in Lowgate Cemetery. Presumably there wouldn't have been enough air inside to breathe for long.
So in the early hours following the burial, somebody dug up the coffin again to set Genshin free.
But in the end, he was fatally shot in the graveyard anyway. What on earth really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night, I wonder? I'm afraid I really don't know. All I can say with certainty are two things. Asogi couldn't have possibly escaped that way without help from somebody working in the prison. And that somebody was not me.
What is that undershirt? I've been trying to figure out what is happening with that shirt for the entire time that we've gotten to see his model. It's not a button-up. It doesn't have like a collar. It's like there is no like visible hem seam on it. I don't know what it is.
Vest.
It's not a vest. It doesn't button.
All the buttons are on the back.
Is this dude wearing PJs?
It's a corset.
It's not lace. There's nothing. It's nothing.
It's a sweater?
It's nothing.
A sweater actually probably makes the most sense. And kind of an ill-fitting sweater.
Yeah, it just sucks. Obviously, you knew the man then. The professor, I mean. Genshin Asogi?
Yes, I remember him well, in fact.
Would you mind telling us what you know?
Well, having been condemned to death as he was, any contact I had with the man was short, obviously. This guy being so sad made my nose run. I gotta go blow my nose. After that trial, which was carried out behind closed doors, attended only by members of the judiciary,
sigil in his basketball jersey.
They called for his execution to be carried out at the earliest possible opportunity.
The outcome of the trial was set from the beginning, wasn't it?
It was a time of delicate diplomacy when Britain and Japan were in the process of signing an important treaty. That meant this potentially destabilizing case had to be dealt with swiftly and discreetly. The man had less than a week in total. As I was the chief warder, I oversaw his short stay in the cells until his final hour. I remember being struck deeply by his noble character and incredible resilience.
What do you mean exactly?
He was a killer of many men, but he was always polite and quiet. He was quiet and polite. He was a gentleman and a man of intellect. In fact, I couldn't bring myself to believe what he'd done, so I asked him one day. Those 5 members of the aristocracy whose lives were taken, were you really responsible?
I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life. Yes.
Interesting choice of words.
Yeah.
I think he killed Clint, and Clint was the professor.
Fuck.
That's yeah.
That's my hot take right now.
That'd be. I like that. That's spicy.
Yeah, I'm into that too.
Right. I think that's my
It makes
wild guess.
A ton of sense.
That's spicy.
Following day, the closed trial took place, and the verdict was no surprise.
Guilty.
That night, when he was brought back to his cell, I saw something unusual.
Something unusual. What?
The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. What?
Excuse me?
As I said, it was on the night following his trial, after he'd been found guilty. I was doing the rounds of the cells when I looked into Asogi's eyes. I noticed that he seemed to have a sheet of paper in his hand.
Ah. His last will and testament, then, presumably.
As soon as he noticed me, he hurriedly shoved it behind his back. But why did you find that so unusual? Isn't it normal for a man to pen a will when he knows his death is nigh? Yes, that's true. But there were special conditions to Asogi's incarceration, you see.
What sorts of conditions? I think he had a note from someone saying, "Hey, we getting you out of here."
Well, even though he was held in a cell designed for condemned inmates, he was allowed to keep his personal effects with him. With one exception.
His sword? Really? He was allowed his things. That is unusual, certainly.
Of course. He'd been convicted of killing 5 members of the aristocracy. But at the same time, he was a guest in our country from the Empire of Japan. Hold on one second, sorry, my phone's going off. Where is it? Where the fuck is my phone?
I was gonna say, do you want me to call it?
Alex.
A little bit pointless.
Oh, like call the phone?
Yeah.
All right. Somebody. Who's vigil?
Um,
Shasta.
Okay. The powers that be were determined that his final day shouldn't be needlessly uncomfortable.
Oh,
Alex.
And what was
Oh, and also-
Okay, I'm sorry. And the thing is also I could fucking like, you know how you need 2 ears to be able to hear like what direction things are coming from?
Yeah.
I take my headphones off to be able to track my phone down.
absolutely, yeah.
I had thrown it on my bed and I had completely forgotten about it. And it was under something, and it was I don't know why I have an alarm set for 11:50 on Thursdays. And what was the exception you mentioned to the personal effects he was allowed? That's the point. He wasn't permitted to have writing materials. Specifically, no pens or paper. What? So, he was prevented from leaving any kind of written record of what happened to him. Yes, that was the long and short of it. I have no idea where he obtained the paper. Any writing materials would have been confiscated from him upon his incarceration. As I said, he hid the paper behind his back, and then he pleaded with me. What did you just hide behind your back?
Please. Please. Turn a blind eye. This is my lifeline.
But you know it's against the rules.
You're the only person who's seen. If you just agree to keep quiet.
Alright then. But what's on that paper?
A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now.
How can a will be a weapon?
So I decided to pretend I'd seen nothing. I let him keep his will. But then later, it just seemed to vanish without a trace.
What? What do you mean, it vanished?
It would seem that it isn't the end of the story of this mysterious will. I was the only person who saw Soki's will, but I'm not convinced it's Soki's will. He said it was a will, he didn't say it was his will.
I mean, he said it was my last will and testament.
No, he said it was
my
it's my weapon. It is a last will and testament. It is my lifeline. He never said it was his will.
Oh, okay, yeah. A last will and
I don't think it's his will. I think it's someone else's.
Still weird. But
Oh,
somehow,
it's extra weird.
somehow it disappeared.
After Asogi's execution.
Which was actually an elaborate jailbreak.
The warders gathered up Asogi's possessions that were in his cell. They were all to be sent back to his family home in Japan, you see. To Kazuma-sama.
And you're saying that it wasn't anywhere to be found among his personal effects? The will, I mean.
That's right. Though I didn't search through them myself. Governor Caden was livid. He was screaming. Can I have disappeared completely? That doesn't quite make sense, though, does it?
In what way? Yeah. How did Caden know about it?
Well, we understood that only Mr. Vigil was aware of the will's existence. In which case, how did the present governor know to look for it?
Yes, you're right.
I really don't know how he knew. But it certainly seemed as though he knew of the will's existence from the outset. Only he doesn't refer to it as a will. What he said was... the Asogi Papers.
The Asogi Papers.
I really can't tell you anything of the subsequent events. Give me a selfie. Because of... well... of what happened.
Your dismissal, and the way you blocked it all from your memory.
I'd forgotten all this until today. I don't suppose it's relevant to the case, though.
Good God, is it relevant? Well, anyway, thank you very much for sharing it with us, Mr. Vigil. We're very grateful. But now I'm going to go home and sleep forever.
I'm afraid there's really little more I can tell you. My wife Evie will be here shortly, so I do hope I don't appear rude, but...
No, not at all. Thank you again.
But what will become of you now? Well, impersonating a police officer is a criminal offense, of course. I imagine that once I'm fully recovered, I shall be arrested.
I'm so sorry.
Don't be, please. This was all my own doing. I always knew this day would come.
Well, I wish you well. Goodbye, Mr. Vigil. Oh, God.
Ah! Before you go, there's just one thing.
Okay.
Just one more thing.
Oh, yes? What is it?
The Asogi Papers.
Yeah?
I'd be very grateful if you'd make no mention of the things I told you about them.
Presumably for some good reason?
It's my understanding that their very existence is a closely guarded secret. If it became known that I remembered... well, it could become rather troublesome, I think.
I understand. Some sort of will that Genshin Asogi penned just before his death, which the man himself claimed was his last weapon. I wonder. Perhaps it had something to do with his plan to escape. If there's anyone who might know more about a document that Cosmo's father left behind.
It would be Mr. Vigil's governor.
Then we know precisely where we must go. Back to Barclay Prison.
Could these papers
So
have anything at all
sad.
to do
God,
with
that's a posture mood, though. Good
Yeah.
lord.
Could it have anything at all to do with the Hound of Baskerville
No,
story?
book?
totally no.
No?
Absolutely not. I'm being facetious.
Mhm.
I have
Oh,
no
okay.
idea.
I'm wondering if like what's in there exists as some sort of code or something.
Oh,
Not
it's.
that-
I think
not that
it's. I
Iris
think it's
would know,
almost
right?
certainly something to do with him as like his like the plot to get him out of
Mhm.
Barclay prison alive and like sent back to Japan.
Do you think the Hound of the Baskerville case is the professor case? And we just don't know what Herlock's involvement was? Because literally no one
I
has mentioned Herlock's involvement
Yeah,
in any of
that's what I'm
I
curious
think
about
it
too. What the
is.
fu-
It's like,
how the
why?
fuck-
What
I
the
think
fuck
it's
is
gotta
he,
be.
like, what is he gotta be involved?
How the fuck
What
does he
is
fit
it?
into all of this, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, maybe we'll find out next week. We gotta go talk to Governor Caden, and I'm sure we'll get another bombshell dropped on us in that conversation.
God, this shit just doesn't stop, man.
Just keeps on going.
It's a jailbreak, but where the fuck is he?
But
If
where-
if he broke out, where the fuck is he?
I mean,
We got shot to death.
presumably shot and dead.
Right, but then like, what the fuck? It's God. It's
The
so
jailbreak was getting him was him not dying during execution, not.
Yeah, he didn't survive.
Try this was one of the things you were like, as you mentioned this a couple of streams ago, of like sometimes we'll see something and immediately get it, like immediately, and you'll be surprised. Was the fact that gossip was the daily one of those things? Because we got that within 30 seconds of seeing the dude. There have been a couple of those who are like, oh, we know this immediately. We've played enough of these games.
Oh yeah,
It's good shit.
it was
Nice.
Yeah.
It was, yes,
Yeah.
nice.
It just seemed. It was just one of those things. It was the hair. It was the hair.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you guys so much for joining me. We'll be back next Thursday
Thanks for having
with
us.
more Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. We'll talk to Governor Caden and presumably get back in court, and somebody's gotta we're calling somebody. I don't know who our witnesses are gonna be.
Come
Okay.
back for your TV show next week. Yeah.
But yeah, thank you guys so much. My next stream will be on Tuesday with more Elden Ring. No Satisfactory this Sunday, as both Alex and I will be playing Curse of Strahd. So we will be indisposed. But anyway, thank you all. Have a good night, and we'll see you next time. Goodbye.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Yeah, with 5 people, we're gonna hit everything.
Mhm.
Fuck, man.